Welcome to the Foxhole, ladies and gentlemen. I have a special guest co-host tonight, who is Bear. Bear graciously volunteered to cover for Rosa tonight. So please welcome him on this rare occasion that Bear makes a public appearance like this.
Uh, yeah, I suppose it is a kind of a rare thing. Hello, everybody. I'm
let me
Bear.
let me know, chat, if volumes are okay as well. Oh, and also because Bear isn't like a content creator or a streamer or anything, he doesn't have like a Fugi or anything set up. So he's just going to be the white bear in my pocket right there, just exactly as you see him. That's what we got.
He's
uh,
not size accurate.
it's not. You're a big dude, aren't you?
I'm your height.
Yeah, yours
I'm
like
just
as
close
large
for
as
you.
I am.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I could. Hang on, I could like. There you go. Something like that.
Mhm.
There we go. You look like a giant gummy bear that would absolutely kill you if you ate it, you know?
I am a heart attack waiting to happen. That is actually a little scribble that Patho made on one of her streams. And I was like, I like that. I'm gonna use that.
Oh, Patho made that. Okay.
Patho made that. She didn't necessarily make it for me to use, but she made it.
Right, right. She just happened to just make a little cute little bear thing with a little bow tie,
Uh-huh.
and you just kind of yoinked it.
I
All
did
right.
ask for permission, of course. So
There you go. Well, with that, yeah, he's gonna be joining me for the night. We got a ton, well, maybe not a ton, but we got some good stuff to go through tonight, for sure, as there is every week. But before we get into that, how have you been, Bear? How has your week been?
it's been good. Kind of getting over a little illness, but that is just the winter way.
Ooh, what are you
Yeah.
getting over?
Oh, just it's been general fatigue and sore throat and just discomfort in various you know gastrointestinal areas. We'll
Oh,
say.
jeez.
Yeah, the fun stuff.
Oof. Yeah, that's the fun
Uh,
stuff.
but no, I'm well on the mend. So
Good, good, good.
uh,
Glad to hear it. You been up to anything particularly fun?
well, kind of watching the whole who's going to be babysitting Rosa's stuff. I've been
Yeah, that has been a journey, hasn't it?
this is yeah, it's been very entertaining to see who wants to step up and who really doesn't. Um, and just all that kind of jazz.
Hmm.
Other than that, not a whole lot of interesting stuff this week. March is a kind of a boring month for me.
Really? Why is it consistently
Yeah,
a boring month for you?
well, I had my birthday the very end of February.
All right. Happy late birthday.
Yeah, and the first week of March just tends to be pretty slow.
Just like
Don't know
at
why.
work or just in life or
Just in life. Just in life.
like you were like dominating me like right now. You're just like I'm like because I'm behind you. I'm gonna.
This is the bear way.
I know, right? I mean, a bear versus fox. Is if the bear can catch it, you know. um, that's
No,
interesting. How this March just kind of just historically for whatever reason has been kind of slow for you.
yeah, you wouldn't think so, given the start of spring. You got everything that's well, start of spring is debatable, especially where I am right now. I still
Hmm.
have snow on the ground. We had a snowstorm just the other night, so yeah, not really all
Gosh,
that spring feeling.
I don't. I am never gonna miss that after moving to Florida after living in Denver for like 12 years. Oh my
Oh,
god.
I see. I get to have my -40, and I get to have 100 degrees Fahrenheit. I live in hell,
Oh my
but I like
gosh.
it here. There's
Yeah,
trees.
my whole thing, it's like I've always been like, I'm not like super sensitive to like different climates and humidity levels and temperatures and all that kind of stuff. Like I grew up in Las Vegas. Uh, I spent the last, the next big stint of my life I spent in Denver, and now I'm in Florida. You know what I mean? Like it's these are very different climates that I guess kind of migrate between. I've never really had much issue with it. I think like the best story that I have to prove that, or as evidence for that, is that um, in a past life, I did a stint of work down in Panama, like the country, um, and I was there with a coworker of mine who was working out of the Tampa, Florida office, and who was a Mexican, and we were in Panama like all summer, and he complained about the weather more than I did.
Wow.
And I'm just like, I'm a white dude from Denver. Why are you complaining about this humidity and heat more than me? Like, you're from Florida. It was baffling to me. And I was like, maybe I'm just like more tolerant to just different kinds of weather, I guess. Like, it doesn't really bother me that much. I used to be I used to work like up in the mountains of Idaho, and it's like consistently in the negatives, like all day and all night. Like even when the sun's out, it's still like at the negatives. Like it'll hit like -3 as a high sometimes. Like when the sun is shining bright over you, And I was just like, well, I mean, you adapt, and then you just move on. You just keep going. Like I don't know. Like my parents complain about the weather all the time, and I'm just like, shut up. like,
I don't know.
like,
Your
deal
trip
with it.
there, it just seems like you're seeking moisture.
Well,
To get-
to be honest, one of the things that actually did motivate me to move to Florida was I just wanted like the opposite of Denver in terms of climate. So I was like,
uh,
okay, landlocked, mile high city, dry, cold. What's the opposite of that? Hot, humid, near the ocean, sea level. So that's so it's like that's what I'm doing. Um, so that's what happened. Um, but anyway, let me say hi to the chatters in chat real quick. Hello, Marku. Hello, NDA. Uh-oh. NDA has a joke for us. Why is it that MAGAs are free of depression, but leftists are constantly depressed? Because when you're that racist, even dark thoughts aren't allowed to you.
gated communities and gated minds. Lovely
Well,
things.
I don't know. The whole like the what would you call it? Like the benevolent racism of the left
Oh,
really is
this is
like the most ironic form of racism to ever exist in the in the history of the planet. Like it's it's just the racism on the left is far more interesting than racism on the right. Racism on the right is very straightforward. You know what I mean?
yeah. The left is all about the soft bigotry of low expectations.
Yeah, exactly. It really is. It's much more fascinating to witness the racism of the left. Whereas racism of the right is more just like, the whole thing about like gaslighting and what is it? The all the conspiracies about like the symbols and stuff like that and all that kind of stuff. It's like no, this is the right. The right wing racists will proudly tell you that they're racists. Like, there's no secret code to racism on the right. Like,
No, they don't need a dog whistle.
that's the term I was
yelling.
looking for. Dog whistling. Thank you.
Uh,
So
I would
anyway,
say that. Oh,
go ahead. Go ahead.
I would say that generally what I've seen on the right, you have more of a segregation of culture. Just they want to stick to their own type stuff, and others should stick to their own. Whereas on the left, you really do get this more of a supremacy sort of feel coming from it.
Mhm.
Left think that they're well, and it's true across the board. They think they're better than the right as well. You always hear them going on about how educated they are, how dumb the rural folk are, etc., etc. Um,
Yeah. I always tell
The fundamental
like these highly educated leftists, I was like, what do you do when an electrical socket stops working?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like you're gonna call yourself smarter. It's like, no, it's just that your knowledge set is different. No. It's the same phenomena as like people that are like the rank and file at like a big company. And the rank and file of a large the larger the company, the more of the more like steps on the ladder of the hierarchy there are. And it's really common, like when you talk to like frustrated employees on like the lower rungs, they're just like, CEOs, the CEOs, they just take all the money. They don't even do any work. They don't, all they do is collect money and they give it to their pet. This very like cliche mid-witted take on the upper echelons of companies and that kind of stuff. It's just because they don't understand like what the kind of work that CEOs and people like that do on a daily basis. They think they're just like talking to people and playing golf all day, And it's like, no, they just have a very different set of skills that they're executing in a way that is so foreign to you that you think it's worthless. No. So yeah, it's just interesting. Anyway, hello, Villain, and hello, Telfin. Hi, Telfin. Good to see you. Good to see you all. NDA says, I'll take a racist, rich, social conservative over any other type of racist. Rich people will just talk down to you. Poor people will off you out of boredom. Righties are honest, lefties hide it. Well, I think on a high level, yes. I do think that, like he said, that poor people will off you out of boredom. I wouldn't say it's boredom. I would say that it's resentment and spite. Spite is a very, very, very powerful motivator.
Truly.
That you really see in lower economic classes, lower social classes, that kind of stuff. I wouldn't call it boredom.
No, I wouldn't either. I think there's more nuance to it than that. But in general, ignoring the boredom component, I would say that sentiment I kind of agree with.
I'm the same way too. Because it's like, if I have to pick between two racists, I'd prefer the one who's honest about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's why it's like whenever I'm like forced, if I'm ever forced to like live in, choose between living in a fascist or a communist society, I'm easily going to choose fascism. For two reasons: one, they're honest about it, and two, at least I'm at least the beginning of the in group of the fascism, at least like German fascism, classically German fascism, let's call it. Because fascism is like it's an economic system primarily.
Right.
It came out of Italy, That's where the whole like everything for the state, everything within the state, nothing without the state phrase or whatever it just came from.
This is a very elaborate way of saying you don't wear a tiny hat.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. But that's the thing, though. It's just like, at least like, well, if I'm going to choose to go into a fascist society, I'm going to choose a fascist society where I'm a part of that in group. You know what I mean?
Oh, everyone wants to be part of the majority.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
You're going to want to live in it. But like in communism, like no one has a chance.
No.
Like no one has a chance. At least one group has a chance in fascism. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, Telfin. Yeah, there's also no state income tax here, dude. My taxes this year are, well, I guess technically last year. I have to get an extension on my taxes to October. My taxes this year are so ludicrously complicated. Because I spent in 2024, I spent the first 5 months living in Denver, and getting taxed in Denver and all that kind of stuff. And then I sold my house, right? So I have a home sale that I have to report accurately. And then after I sold the house, I moved to Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I live with my parents for the remaining 7 months of the year through December. And then at the end of December, literally like the weekend before New Year's, because New Year's fell on a Wednesday this year, we spent 5 days driving out here to Florida. And I technically closed the house in December. And so I had to report like 3 different working locations that have different tax structures in terms of state income tax. I have to report a home sale in one state, a home purchase in another state. And it's an absolute nightmare. You have no idea.
I don't envy you.
Oh my gosh, I'm so paying someone to do it for me this year. I don't trust myself to get it right.
Yeah, no, definitely would want to have someone else take a look at it just to make sure that you're on the up and up. I mean, it's not like there's as many IRS agents anymore, thankfully, but still, you don't want to have that back there for them to come after you later.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna probably, I'm pretty dang sure that I'm gonna end up paying taxes this year, only because, like, there's a threshold, right? And when it comes to like when you sell a home, if it's your primary primary residence, so like not an investment, the first $250,000 of income that you make on the house, so like this is like net, right? You sell the house and then you use whatever you sell it for to pay off the mortgage, you pay your closing costs, whatever is negotiated in the closing deal, all that kind of stuff. And then at the end of the day, the bottom line number, the first $250,000 of profit are tax-free. Everything beyond 250 is taxed at a specific rate. And I am beyond the 250. Which is,
yeah,
that's why
from where you started, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, exactly. So I had to like figure that shit out. You know. So yeah, it's just, man, it's a chore. It is an absolute chore. But yeah, and my other thing in my IRL stuff is after 11 months of living with my parents, because like I said, they came out to Denver from Albuquerque to help me like prepare for the sale of the home. So, like, you know, fixing shit, cleaning stuff up, and getting the house ready to sell and put on the market. So they came out in early May, and then I put the house in market, and then I go with them back to Albuquerque, live with them all the way through Christmas, and then they come out with me to Florida to help me move to Florida. And then they have been staying with me all the way up until like literally 4 days ago. So after like 11 months, almost a whole year, I'm finally like on my own again.
And your parents, I'm assuming, both work, so you're not able to claim
No, they
either
don't.
as a
No,
dependent.
they're
They
retired.
don't.
No, they're retired.
So I wonder if there is the ability to claim either as a dependent or both.
No. No.
No,
There's not. There
Okay.
is not.
I know there can be weird situations like that, but
No. Not this one, at
not in this
least.
case.
I know you
Okay.
are right. There are some situations, but this isn't one of them. They're not dependents.
That simplifies things at the very least.
It does. But yeah, and the other thing, now that they're gone, that means that my Japan trip is less than a month away. And so that is 3.5 weeks. It's 3.5 weeks away from home. It's 4 weeks away from streaming. I basically, my channel is gonna burn to ashes.
Well, you got some shorts going.
Yeah,
right?
I do have shorts, but that's all the
Something.
content that's going to get uploaded pretty much on the shorts. Like I'm starting to kind of bank them. I released some recently, but I'm trying to bank them so I can ideally I can release 3 a week while I'm gone, and hopefully that'll keep the channel, like, it'll keep a pulse, even if faint, you know. But I know that I'm gonna suffer. I'm gonna
Well,
suffer as a result, but that's
yeah,
okay.
undoubted. But I
Um,
mean, this is being done for Rosa. I mean, a similar thing could be done for you, I would assume, even if it's once a week. You know, something to just keep it. Uh,
Yeah, that's true.
animated.
I could talk to the collective about it. But yeah, it is what it is. I'm not gonna sit here and say like, hey, can you guys stream like 4 times a week on my channel to keep it alive? Honestly, like I feel like a small handful of shorts and like maybe one live stream, if somebody would step up to do that, would keep it alive. Hopefully,
I would imagine. I mean, and it's the point of the collective, really, to have that, each other's back in some fashion.
I would
So,
hope so. But yeah, I'll throw it out there. We'll see. Let's see here, villain. Hey, villain. Oh, friend.
oh,
So yeah, lots of IRL stuff happening for me. Like in terms of like the digital world, it's been kind of like business as usual, I'd say. I figured out an interesting thing about Twitch when restreaming. Twitch has like a ceiling to the bit rate. So if you go over that ceiling, it will basically like tell the audience that you're live, but it'll just show them the offline screen because it can't support the higher bit rate. Like YouTube can support seemingly limitless bit rate because 4K streaming. Like you could stream like tens of thousands into the tens of thousands on YouTube, no problem. If you have the bandwidth to do it. But on Twitch, it's like there's like a pretty hard ceiling of like 8,000. If you go over that, then it like freaks out. So it happened to be because like on the Yakuza stream, that's when it happened. It actually happened earlier on the Subnautica stream. A chatter came in to Twitch and was an actual person and not a bot. It was cool and ended up going over to the YouTube side because Twitch just wasn't working. And they're the one that kind of like made me aware of the problem. And then it happened again, and I got to witness it firsthand on the Yakuza stream, which I ended up just abandoning the Twitch side of that stream because it just wasn't working. And then I went online and did some research later on and realized that's when I learned like, oh, they have this bit rate limit on Twitch that if you go above that, then it screws with their systems and you can't broadcast. Good to know. So I learned that.
So, a couple things on that. One, if Twitch is just working to funnel people to your YouTube, great. I mean, hey, that's about as good as Twitch could ever do. The other thing is, I guess it kind of makes sense. You don't need to watch a streamer in 4K. I'm sorry.
No, you don't.
I think that's it. So to have that sort of measure in place to kind of keep things a little bit more lower the pressure on their systems in the back end. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
YouTube is really a strange beast with its setup and allowances.
It really is. I can't imagine what the server costs for YouTube must be like. The amount of the terabytes of data that are uploaded on an hourly basis. You know what I mean? On YouTube, like I don't know how they handle it on the server side of it. Like they must have like some serious like compression technology, like file compression technology going on the YouTube servers. Like I just can't imagine. Like the amount of data on YouTube alone is insane. It's absolutely insane.
It truly is. It's mind-boggling. It's and even a compression, no degree of compression is letting them get away with the amount that is being put on and activated and used at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. Like, I mean, they've got to be up in like the thousands of like, what is like a billion? What's that? Trillion, then quadrillion, then what's
quintillion?
Well, then what? Sextillion, then septillion.
Septillion, octillion, nontillion.
They've got to be into like the septillion, octillion range at this point.
I would be shocked if they weren't.
Yeah, I can't imagine them not being like somewhere in that range. And if I'm wrong, then it's probably higher than that. just because of the sheer amount of data and stuff. Like I upload a short that's like 30. That I uploaded 2 shorts today, chat. And let me see here. Let me look at how big just those 2 shorts are. Where the heck is my mouse? I have 3 monitors. There we go. But let me look. Let me look real quick. It's absolutely crazy how shorts. So this one, okay, that one's only 15 megabytes. That one's not bad. But the bigger one that I uploaded today, 347 megabytes for less than 3 minutes.
And they're talking 500 hours per minute is what's getting uploaded.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, no, it's
like just do the math like in your head, chat, on like the how much, like if you're talking, I mean, you're talking a terabyte a minute, times in minutes in an hour, times hours in a day, so times 60 times 24. You're already another order of magnitude beyond that. So
yeah,
like you're getting, you're getting a terabyte. What's next after that? What?
Petabyte, I think.
Petabyte. You're getting. They're basically having to deal with a petabyte a day globally in data uploaded to YouTube. Like that. Do you know how much like an AWS Amazon Web Services warehouse where it's just like nothing but servers? It's just a massive server farm. Like how much that a facility like that costs to keep the upkeep, and they have like I don't maybe not hundreds, but they have at least dozens of these centers across the world, to handle Amazon stuff. You know what I mean?
And that's like, just Amazon.
That's just Amazon. Like, what in the heck is the insane amount of server farms that they have, peppered across the planet over there on Google because of YouTube and stuff? It's like it's insane.
Willing to believe it's just magic, honestly, at this point.
At this point, yeah, it's like the numbers are unfathomable at this point. I don't know how they do it. I almost
imagine
server
farms are keeping our core warm.
I almost they have that shit on thermonuclear energy.
Yeah.
I almost wonder if like YouTube on a regular basis like goes in and like finds like dead channels and just just sends like an email out on auto like to whatever account is linked to that channel, and just like your channel has been inactive for this amount of time. It is going, and is therefore been scheduled for deletion unless you respond within this amount of days, and then that time lapses, and then they just axe that data. You know what I mean? There's got to be some kind of something like that to just basically purge old data that isn't getting used.
And not even just that, but consider too that they do have bots viewing all the different videos, live streams, etc., to check for DMCA content violations, all sorts of TOS violations, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, exactly.
So, again, it's not just the fact that this is being uploaded; it's being actively monitored. It's being used. It's not just stored. It's.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. It's like yeah, exactly. And it's like it's super like YouTube, like their like terms of TOS enforcement, all that kind of stuff. It's insanely frustrating, because you could never talk to a person. You have to contact them on a different social media platform to have a snowball's chance of hell of talking to an actual person. But it's like there's not enough people on the planet to be able to handle review for everything that's uploaded to YouTube. Like if Google was able to hire all 6.5, almost 7 billion people, it wouldn't be enough. You know what I mean? Like they have to use some kind of a bot system, and the bot system gets stuff wrong. So
this momentary vision of a dystopian future where Google Earth is just Google owns Earth and we're all their employees.
Yeah. You probably do that with entire email accounts. I get an email from Yahoo every year to log in within 30 days so they delete my old high school email. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. And it's like email. I mean, email doesn't have a lot of storage, really. I think like a typical, like I know that like a Gmail account, what you get like 4 gigs or something like that for your whole across your whole email.
It depends on what kind of account you have. Um, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's not a your general accounts are not very large,
Hmm.
but they don't need to be
No, they don't need to be.
ideally. Um, but it's also one of those things too where you consider it's free cloud storage.
Hmm.
Um, so there could be a price attached to it. I wouldn't be surprised if one day there was.
Me neither.
But
Like it's mind-boggling the numbers that Google has to deal with in terms of like data management and stuff like that. It's like no wonder they invest like billions of dollars into like storage technology, stuff like that. Like yeah, it's like because there's been like recent breakthroughs in like quantum mechanics in terms of like data transfer and stuff like that.
mhm.
Um, and it's like that's a really big freaking deal. You know what I mean? Because if you can basically unlock quantum computing for data storage, then you've just that is a golden goose of technology right there, and it like very much like solves the problem in large ways for um, these just the data handling issue of on the cloud servers of these massive tech companies. So anyway,
It's
I go ahead.
interestingly enough, I think we will unfortunately get to a point where the data storage drops off, where they no longer bother to store the data, where we have things like, um, we'll say like the great great grandson Grok, where it's like, all right, well, I'm going to bring up this video from 2015. They don't have it stored, but they have a description of it stored, and so they'll recreate it. I think that is,
Oh, interesting.
I think that is the inevitable how you solve the storage situation.
Hmm. Interesting. Well, I almost wonder if what they'll start doing also is just like somehow integrated because like like personal computers are becoming more and more online. But like you somehow like I like after I get back from Japan, one of the things I'm going to be investing in at some point this year is my own like little server bank. You can get like a really nice interchangeable little server bank for like 2 grand that you can just put on a shelf in your house essentially, and that'll store like thousands of terabytes of data
Hmm.
for a couple grand, and it's all like redundant, and, because it's like they basically have like drive banks, and the system uses these drive banks to replicate and engage in redundancy and that kind of stuff. So you can never lose a file essentially. Um, but that's just like a local thing. But I almost wonder if like somehow they'll start integrating the local drives of people. Kind of like how
Oh yeah,
people use their
I
local
would imagine.
computers to farm Bitcoin and the like and cryptocurrency. They'll start doing the same thing with data storage.
I mean, there's already a kind of a strong intranet sort of thing going on
Hmm.
with certain households where you have the smart toaster talking to your smart coffee maker, talking to your smart TV,
Hmm.
um, and just expanding that outward, making these just individual clusters that can expand and network with the apartment above you, the apartment below you, and eventually
Hmm.
then the cloud itself and Google Prime. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I totally see that happening. It kind of seems to be a direction that we might be moving towards already.
yeah, it kind of is. I mean, the infrastructure is definitely getting set up with that being like a possibility in the future. But yeah, man, big data is a big deal, chat. I have no
Mhm.
idea that this conversation was going to happen.
Nope.
I was not expecting that. Um, but yeah, that's basically what's going on for me. I'm just chugging along. I got me and my editor are just consistently, working and trying to upload shorts and keep the channel going through the holiday. But I do have. I'm going to be devising a kind of like a soft re-debut, if that makes sense,
Okay.
or something like that after I get back. Um, so I'm starting to plan for that. Um, I there's some people in the VTuber sphere that I'm talking to that want to work with, basically being able to, bouncing back on the back end of my trip and getting this channel to actually, grow on a consistent basis for a change.
Excellent.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that's what's been going on with me. So, I guess with that, we can go ahead and start getting into the news.
Yeah.
All right. So, first story. Okay, let's recap. So, after last week, what happened last week? Last week was the big Zelensky crash out at the Oval Office, right? It was the mineral deal not getting signed and Zelensky getting escorted out and all this stuff, and that's like, that basically set forth a chain of events for sure. So that's like the first story. It's not like really one story. It's more like just a series of events that have happened since then. And just realized that I didn't change the browser audio. Change that over real quick so that chat can hear this. Okay. So, one of the first things that happened, and this was like really like right after the fallout happened, is there were all these videos that started getting circulated and pushed into the algorithm, I guess you can say, of Twitter and the like. Mainly on Twitter. It's the only place I have these videos of like jackbooted troops and secret police officers going around Ukraine and abducting young men off the street to shove them into the meat grinder, essentially. Now, here's the thing: is that this is like, it's a bit conspiratorial, because all we have is like this video of this stuff happening, but it's pretty damn convincing. Well, let me get that up. Go. So I found a couple of series of videos of this actively happening. So this is one. This was uploaded by an account called Diana Penchenko.
Это не полицейские. Катя, помоги!
Ну, это просто пипец.
Я лежать. Ти що кончений? Я не затриманий. Законом України.
So, that one's a little bit dramatized, but I mean, the video is what it is. This is what conscription looks like. This is like what conscription looks like when you're running out of people to feed into the meat grinder. I have another one here, where it says Zelensky's military recruiter snatched another young man off the street, threw him into a black van as he screamed, and left behind his dog. Now, there are thousands of these videos. I didn't want to show them all here, but I don't need to. Here's the van, and then they grab the guy. And he's gone. With the dog chasing after the car. So there have been like a ton of videos like this that have been surfacing all over social media and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly, Marku. That's the thing. It's like these videos have been around since literally for years. So it's like since pretty much the war started. But they're just now like kind of like making it into the mainstream, I feel like. Like you see that this thing has 109,000 likes on it. You know, like I think this is like the first instance where like things are starting to make it into the mainstream. Like these videos started popping off right after Zelensky had his crash out. And then we also have Tucker Carlson made it back into the news, talking about Zelensky. So he made this post, and actually, it's not his post that I want to focus on. I'll read it, but there's another post that actually is better. One of the most striking things about yesterday's Zelensky press conference was Lindsey Graham's reaction to it. And I think I mentioned this on last week's stream as well. How, like, the most surprising thing about the Zelensky crash out is how Lindsey Graham, who was famously known for never, not liking a war, essentially, came out and just, like, immediately was on Trump's side. Zelensky was disgusting. We want peace, all this kind of stuff. That was not expected. It's not expected when the old, like, neocon establishment comes out in support of Trump. You know what I mean? In regards to, like, wanting peace instead of war. That was strange. That was really strange. He says the two are old friends, but Graham disavowed him within the hour. This was more than just transactional disloyalty. It was scapegoating. Lindsey Graham knows what's coming. Over the past 3 years, with the tacit support of its Western patrons, the Ukrainian government has committed a remarkable number of serious crimes. I'm going to zoom in here so the chat can read a little bit better. The Ukrainians sold huge quantities of American weapons on the international black market at 20 cents on the dollar. So there were also these reports going around of Zelensky. He was getting all of these arms from the United States and other sources, and he was just turning around and selling them for pennies on the dollar on basically to anyone who would buy them from him. Because that's like the main way that we've been. Like, I think I explained this last stream as well about when they said, like, oh, we didn't send 100 or 300 billion, whatever the number is. It's in the hundreds of billions, whatever the number is. We didn't send pallets of cash, Obama to Iran style for Ukraine. No, what we did is we gave them, caches and stockpiles of our old, military hardware. And then that money went to defense contractors of the military industrial complex to restock that hardware, essentially. That's basically how the money is, more or less. You think about it. Okay, we're going to take all of our weapons and a bunch of our stockpiles of weapons. We're going to hand it over to the Ukrainians. Then we're going to pay the military industrial complex to replenish those stockpiles, and probably give a few kickbacks in the process. This is where the whole thing's a giant money laundering scam comes into play. Let's see here. So the Ukrainians sold huge quantities of American weapons on the international black market at 20 cents on the dollar. These weapons are now in the hands of armed groups around the world, including Hamas, the Mexican drug cartels, and the forces now controlling Syria. God knows what the Ukrainians have done with the pathogens in American biolabs in their country. That's another thing. It's like there are, and I think RFK Jr. has actually spoken about this in interviews, how one of the reasons that there are a bunch of biolabs in Ukraine is because Ukraine isn't a NATO member state, which means there's a bunch of laws that apply to NATO that doesn't apply to them. Isn't that interesting? Even U.S. intel agencies aren't sure. The Ukrainians have also murdered a number of people in various countries in political assassinations and tried to murder others, including American journalists and a European head of state. This is all true, and it's all going to come out at some point. Better to start blaming it on Zelensky now. So what Tucker Carlson is basically alleging here is that shit on all of the dirt and the horrible shit on Zelensky since he was elected back in 2019, and even probably the administration before, from between 2014 and 2019, basically from the Crimea annexation till Zelensky gets in power, right? There's a lot of really bad shit that's going to come out about Ukraine, and I think the neocons like Lindsey Graham are aware of all that shit, and they're looking for any opportunity to distance themselves from it. That's what that's like the puzzle that Tucker is putting together here. Let's see. Now, this was a fascinating post that I saw. That it's a little bit long. It's four whole paragraphs, but I think it's worth reading because I think it does a better job of selling that idea than Tucker Carlson himself does. But he says, this account, Torsten Prochnow, I don't know who this is. I just think it's an interesting post that's worthy of discussion. He says that the assessment of Carlson's assessment of the Zelensky press conference aftermath reveals critical turning point, and his focus on Lindsey Graham's swift disavowal carries significant weight. Graham, once a staunch ally, drops Zelensky like a hot coal within an hour, a move that goes beyond more political expediency. It signals as a calculated shift, a recognition that the Ukrainian government laundry list of misdeeds under Western patronage is about to unravel. Trump's administration, backed by conservatives, has been poised to expose this mess, and Graham's jump suggests he sees the storm coming. Carlson lays out a damning case. Ukraine, propped up by the Biden-Harris dollars, has been peddling American weapons on the black market, cheap at a fifth of their value. Those arms are now arming Hamas, Mexican cartels, and Syrian factions, a reckless fallout that Trump won't let slide. Then there's the murky business with U.S.-funded biolabs, pathogens in play, and even American intelligence can't pin down what Ukraine's done with them. Add in political assassinations, attempted hits on journalists and heads of state, and it's clear this isn't just incompetence, it's a scandal begging to break. So that's basically his summary of Tucker Carlson's allegations. He says the Biden-Harris administration owns this disaster. For 3 years, they funneled billions into Ukraine with zero oversight, letting Zelensky run wild while conservatives... Now, again, they say funneled billions into... Yeah, this is basically, they funneled weapons. I feel like we should say, we should be more specific when we say, they funneled billions. We should say, funneled billions worth of weapons, essentially. With zero oversight, letting Zelensky run wild while conservatives warned it end badly. Democrats turned a blind eye as American cash and weapons fueled the global mess. Meanwhile, inflation bit hard at home. Trump's push to cut Ukraine loose in that Oval Office clash wasn't random. It was rejection of this unchecked chaos. Graham's scapegoating Zelensky now is just the opening act. Plenty more will squirm when the full truth hits. Conservatives backing Trump have been on this from the start. America's not here to bankroll a rogue state's crimes. Zelensky's days of playing the noble victim are numbered, and we see this. There's a top military general in Ukraine that consistently since the end of last year, actually since middle or beginning of last year, polls as more favorable than Zelensky if an election were held. And Zelensky knows this, which is why he continues to suspend elections. Zelensky's days of playing the noble victim are numbered. The evidence Carlson cites is too heavy to bury. Well, he doesn't really cite evidence. He just kind of says it. Trump's not just cleaning house, he's rewriting the rules. No more blank checks, no more excuses. Europe can clutch pearls all it wants, but the reckoning's here. Graham's bailing early because he knows when this dam bursts, it's Zelensky and his enablers who will take the fall. Trump's forcing that lid off, and it's long overdue. And then he also posts a few videos of these abductions happening, where they're just conscripting people that they can see on the street, essentially. So, what has this all led to, essentially? What we have is Trump basically rejects, or no, well, he doesn't reject. He basically says, come back when peace is back in your mind, Zelensky, essentially. No deal on the minerals until peace is in your mind, essentially. So Zelensky runs back to Europe, and what does he do? he runs right into the arms of the EU bureaucrats. The bureaucrats in the EU are entirely on his side because, of course, they are. We have this now famous little interview by Danish PM Mette Frederiksen, who says peace in Ukraine is more dangerous than ongoing war, which is just like an insane thing to say. Because it's like it's true here, because like peace in Ukraine is more dangerous than the ongoing war. Which basically this right here, this kind of sentiment means that like we must always be at war at all times.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this is saying.
It is demanding the forever war.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. That's what this is. That this is basically trying to give moral fealty to the forever wars. Is what this is. So, what has happened in the EU? Well, European leaders have agreed on a massive defense spending surge to the tunes of 800 billion euros. Is that the currency they use over there? Euros?
Euros, yeah.
Yeah. A crucial EU summit on Ukraine. They even got Hungary to sign on to this, which famously just got stripped of a bunch of voting rights in the EU Parliament because Hungary is like the one sane country in the whole alliance. Can't have sanity in the EU.
No.
So from London, European leaders agreed to significantly boost defense spending to ensure Europe's security and voice near unanimous support for Ukraine at an extraordinary meeting on Thursday after the United States dramatically pulled back its assistance to the continent in historic upending of transatlantic relations. So this was published on, or it was updated on March 6th. It was published before then. At the summit in Brussels, 26 European leaders signed a text calling for a peace deal that respects Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, while including Ukraine in the negotiations. Hungary abstained. Of course, Hungary abstained. Oh man, yeah. Thank you, India. Yeah, UK uses they use the pound sterling over there in the UK. So let's see. In a separate text, all 27 leaders of Europe greenlit proposals that could free up billions of euros to boost defense spending, calling on the European Commission to find new ways to, quote, facilitate significant defense spending at national level in all member states. It's fucking infuriating. I'm sorry, but like we're experiencing this in the United States right now with like Doge and all this kind of stuff, and like the fact that like the amount of illegal crossings on the southern border have basically cratered to nothing. You know, despite no new laws being passed, and honestly, minimal deportations have happened. Honestly, there've been a lot of roadblocks to the deportation efforts. There was some sensational stuff at the beginning with plane flights to Colombia and stuff like that, but there haven't been a ton of deportations. Like nowhere near like Obama, you know. And like how they're always saying like we don't have the money for this, we don't have the money for that. But then when there's something that they want to do, suddenly they have the money for it. It always happens this way. And it's like, I'm sorry, but if I'm in the European Union, if I'm just a regular ass citizen just trying to make it by, and you see, you know, your culture, you know, being usurped all around you. Your borders aren't being enforced. There's no money going towards, you know, basically maintaining the sovereignty of your country. But then all of the leaders, you know, just say, well, we're just going to conjure 800 billion from wherever the fuck, and we're going to use that to secure a completely different country that's not even in the EU. I would be so infuriated.
Oh, I rightfully so. But here's the thing, though. They're saying they're doing this. Right now, this is in the thoughts and prayers level of effectiveness.
Mm-hmm.
Once they realize that they actually have to pony up 800 billion, I'm thinking a lot of them are going to be like, ah, yes, someone else isn't funding that. Maybe we can't do that much.
Well,
watch that 800 billion turn into something a bit more, well, EU
a lot smaller.
10,000. That's about reasonable for EU.
Well, you have to remember that, like, the current standing armies. It's not like, you know, there's this whole movement, we're going to get to it, you know, the rearm Europe.
Yes.
movement that's emerged now. And it's just like, it's kind of like how Trump is playing with these tariff wars in the United States to like bring manufacturing back to the United States. But it's like these manufacturing facilities don't just spring up out of the ether, on a weekend. They take years to get up and running. I know. I work for a major like Fortune 100 company, who engages in manufacturing in various spaces around the globe. You know what I mean? I know how long and what it takes to actually like start up a new manufacturing facility in the United States. And it doesn't it's not easy. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of resources, it takes a lot of people, it takes a lot of hours, it takes a lot of everything. So there's going to be pain, in the short term, for that manufacturing to return, especially like with longer form things like Trump wants to bring chip manufacturing. He basically wants to do the Chip Act 2.0, without the DEI shit, because Joe Biden passed the Chips Act, which is good, but it was filled with like DEI shit that literally killed the entire thing. And all the all the companies, they just bailed and went to like Japan and stuff like that. But that aside, the same kind of lag is going to happen here if they can even pull off anything close to what they want to do.
Well, I think it's really dependent. What they want to do, if we don't have a friendly administration coming in for the midterms, and then even more importantly for 2028, we're not going to see a lot of these efforts pay off. It's just going to have been pain, which is going to be really unfortunate.
Well, I speculated last weekend that I think that a lot of where they're going to eventually pull funding from to fund this rearmament program across the continent is from their social programs and their welfare programs.
I think so too.
And it's like, once that starts happening, how long do you think it's going to last? Because like if there's one thing the Euro bros over there love, it's their social welfare programs. And it's like it's different. It's different from country to country, like what level of healthcare is free and all this kind of stuff, or this program, that program. But like, it's a big like they're the Europeans are very proud of their social welfare programs. You know what I mean? It's at this point, it's a part of their culture. You know what I mean? It's like, you're going to have to, if you want to like ramp up rearmament in an expedient manner, which you're going to have to do. It's like, if it's like, okay, you start rearming now. Okay, what does that mean? You know what I mean? The supply chains, the trade deals, the manufacturing, the distribution systems, the people, all of what's involved with that kind of, no matter what the current existing infrastructure is, it is a massive continental, multi-country wide plan, essentially. That's going to be filled with red tape and regulation, because if there's not a regulation that the bureaucrats in Europe won't say yes to, and it's like, Ukraine's gonna, all the Ukrainians are gonna be dead. They're all gonna be dead by the time you get this program done, and then you're gonna have this giant ass European EU army that's just staring in the face of the Russians with a bunch of dead Ukrainians in front of them, going, now what? Like,
well, so I agree. If this is a burdensome beast, and getting it to change directions is going to take years, probably many more than Ukraine has left. I want to say though that the process, the starting of moving the beast, the cutting of the welfare hammocks, if you will, are probably going to do a lot to improve a number of these countries.
Oh, I agree completely. I'm actually.
I kind of think it's a good thing for a lot of different reasons, and none of them have to do with helping Ukraine.
Exactly. Because, I mean, if anything, it's going to be a massive reality check. And, yeah, it really is like a major wake-up call. Because like, here's the thing. Like, as an American, Americans, and again, I will preface this by saying, and I say this all the time, is that reality doesn't matter all that matters is the perception of reality. Okay, and the perception of reality to the majority of Americans, whether it be true or not, is that we have essentially become an a grossly underpaid mercenary state for the world, or at least for the West, where our soldiers and our country is getting very little in return for essentially providing the military operations and defense of foreign countries. This is literally what a mercenary army does. You know, and Americans, by and large, are fucking sick of it. So,
for sure.
And again, how much that state of affairs is true doesn't actually matter. It's a very emotional thing. Most of how people perceive reality around them, the way they feel about things, is just that. It's the way they feel. Most people don't approach things with like a hyper level of logic and reasoning and analyzing numbers and engaging in advanced strategic kind of exercises and that kind of stuff to come up with their opinions about things. Most people go on visceral emotion. That's true not just of Americans, but literally everybody everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And the visceral emotional state that Americans are in generally is what I just spoke to, essentially. Is that we're tired of being underpaid mercenaries for the rest of the world. And it has to end. So, I'm going to go ahead and continue here. Leaders noted a proposal from Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. I have a hard time trusting any... There's certain names that just evoke distrust to me. Ursula is one of them. The villain from The Little Mermaid is not to be trusted. That would provide countries with loans totaling up to 150 billion euros. And said that the plan would be studied ahead of another meeting at the end of the month. Oh, this is more meetings. They're just going to have more and more meetings. Ukraine's President Zelensky attended Thursday's special session and thanked the leaders of the EU for supporting him as his relationship with U.S. President Donald Trump disintegrated over recent days, which is a gross exaggeration. You have to remember that right after, the same day, he was giving interviews to people like Brett Baer and stuff like that, saying, no, I mean, yeah, there was tension there, but, these talks are... I'm still interested in peace. I'm still very interested in signing that minerals deal. You know what I mean? Like, he was saying that like less than 24 hours after the whole crash out happened. So a lot of people are like really exaggerating this strained relationship between the U.S. and Zelensky. But Zelensky really has he did kind of knee-jerk run back to the Europeans begging for money because Trump basically pushed back on him just a bit.
I think that actually is more indicative of a strain than because it's Trump. Specifically because it's Trump. Him running to the EU to be like, I want funding from you now. I see that being quite the strain.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
there's a pride component there for Trump. Where it's like, oh, so you don't want to deal with me, and now you're going to go over there and ask for money from frankly the people who should have been financially supporting them more. And
to be fair, I mean, yeah, the U.S. alone has aided with the majority of the funding to Ukraine, but it's not like the EU hasn't given a dime. They have collectively given, like it says here, over at least well over 100 billion worth of the liquid and non-liquid assets to them. But again, this is a European war. Why is America being the primary funder of a European war? This should be a European cause. And honestly, the United States honestly should be behaving in terms of the whole Russia-Ukraine conflict, because number one, we have got to, for God's sakes, not just the United States, but all of the West has got to. I swear to God, this is going to sound harsh, but the boomers can't die fast enough. Seriously, because they have basically inculcated this permanent Cold War mentality.
Oh, yes. I
And
100% agree with you on this.
and we cannot get out of this 50-year-old fucking Cold War paradigm of who the good and bad guys are, and where they're positioned in the world, on the world stage. And it's like, this is very much like a boomer thing, and because the boomers basically run all the stuff right now, this is very much ingrained in Western thinking and in political machinations and such. It's we've got to get beyond this old dead Cold War mentality. So that's number one. I've forgotten what number two is.
That's good enough to be both. It's one and two, let's be honest.
It really, I guess, yeah, it really is. But it's I gotta go back to my train of thought here. Hang on. It was European project, Cold War mentality. Damn it, I completely forgot what my other point was. That's okay. We'll keep going here. Let's see. During all this period last week, you stayed with us. Zelensky said at the meeting, from all of Ukrainians, from all our nations, big appreciation. We are very thankful that we are not alone. Following the Special European Council Summit in Brussels, French President Emmanuel Macron told reporters on Thursday that the EU will give Ukraine over $33 billion in assistance taken from Russian sanctioned by the EU. The priority is to support Ukraine and its army in the very short term, Macron said. In 2025, the EU will provide Ukraine with 30.6 billion euros financed by Russian assets, which I don't know what that means. Is this sanctions? Is this Russian sanctions?
It's part of it would be like sanctions. Part of it's money confiscated from Russians who had their money outside of Russia.
Okay.
Or property outside of Russia. It's kind of a gross thing. Oh, you happen to be Russian? Well, that's ours now, and we get to use it however we want. Not a big fan of that sort of stuff that's been going on.
That's, what? That sounds exactly like the fucking Cold War boomers. Because I really do think that this is Russia is the big boomer, because the Cold War happened, and the boomers, the neocons, the old school Democrats and stuff like that, they never got their hot war with Russia.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the closest opportunity that the boomers have to getting their war with Russia before they all die. And they seem to really be adamant about having this war that they've always wanted to have since the 80s.
It's the strangest hate boner that I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. Let me see here. Priorities to support Ukraine and its army in the very short term. In 2025, provide with finance by Russian assets. In Washington, meanwhile, Trump reiterated his criticism of unequal defense spending among NATO countries. I think it's common sense. If they don't pay, I'm not going to defend them. Again, mercenaries. I mean, this is literally a mercenary transaction. Heads of the 27 EU nations had traveled to Brussels to find a path forward in the conflict, the latest in a string of sessions aimed at finding a ceasefire deal with Ukraine's support before the US and Russia forced one on Kiev. So they've just described this race that's happening. The EU is basically in a race to get the peace deal that they want before the US could usurp the rest of NATO, deal directly with Russia, and get a peace deal that's primarily beneficial to the United States. So, yeah. Let's see. Some fear that involvement of ambivalent countries could derail efforts to put together a peace plan which might satisfy both Kiev and Washington. Well, that's what the minerals deal is for. Because the minerals deal is basically, we have Americans in Ukraine, but they're civilians. They're not military. But it's these are our civilians, our companies that are there for the minerals, as agreed upon. So if you attack the minerals or you attack us, well then it's I don't even think it's an Article 5 trigger. I think Article 5 trigger requires aggression towards, I can't remember what it is. If it's in Ukraine, it doesn't fall under Article 5. or
No.
something like that. It has to happen within the borders of the EU, and it has to be an external force aggressing upon EU member states. I believe that's what it takes to trigger Article 5, because that's what Bush used
Yeah, that was.
to invade Iraq. He forced a bunch of the EU countries into Iraq using the Article 5 thing. Article 5 applies to the European continent. What do you mean?
Well, so no, the Article 5 at least is what I'm reading is should any NATO nation become the victim of an armed attack, the other members will consider it as an attack against all members and will take the actions it deems necessary to assist.
Yeah, and the attack has to happen on the European continent. Is that what Angel was getting at?
That might be what he's getting, but that's not what I'm seeing.
Okay.
But again, because that is how our September 11th shenanigans got started was.
Yeah, and that's like, because that's the thing. It's like it has to be aggressed upon like the landmass of any NATO member, essentially, right? So that's Europe, but that's also like Canada. It's the United States, right? I think that's how it works.
Yeah, it's only been triggered once, so
right. It excludes colonies, though. Yeah, because the colonies, by definition, aren't within the actual geographical boundaries of the EU member states, right? Colonies aren't.
Yeah.
It's not the same thing.
Otherwise, we'd be in war in Africa just constantly.
Oh God, yeah, no kidding. Well, there is war constantly in Africa. Let's be real.
Yeah, but we'd be more involved, as I guess is how it was to colonies.
Well, interestingly, the wars in Africa are very much civil wars.
Yeah.
So, a big part of the mineral deal is that Ukraine would become part of NATO, and that would trigger Article 5. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
What they wanted.
Yeah, that's what they want, which is like that's like a non-starter to Trump, which it should. It should be a non-starter. Yeah, I mean, Article 5 doesn't automatically mean support as boots on the ground. Even simply sending material and fulfills Article 5. Material aid fulfills Article 5 requirement. Yeah, and
there's a lot of leeway.
Yeah, there's a lot of leeway. Yeah,
have to react.
Yeah, because there's a lot of EU countries, like a lot of these EU countries, you know, they did like that bot response to when Zelensky crashed out, and Zelensky was saying like thank you on Twitter to all these different, you know, random, you know, EU bureaucrats and stuff like that. And it was like it's like the like some random MP from like Latvia or some shit. It's like your standing armory is like 12 people. Like, of course you can pontificate all you want, but you have no skin in the game. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? It was really pathetic to watch, honestly. But yeah, I know that like Bush, like George Bush, when he triggered Article 5, there were like a lot. You know, that's how we like. The whole, like, we got 40 nations, you know, the whole 40 nations thing, when, like, more than half of them were just, like, you know, here's a Jeep.
Yeah.
You know, very few nations actually put actual boots, you know, troops on the ground in Iraq as a part of that 40-nation deal. The vast majority of them were just like, oh, yeah, we can contribute, like, blankets, you know, and socks. The Luxembourg Legion stands with Ukraine. Yeah, exactly. It's like, shut up.
Well, hey, traditionally, they're pretty good. They come back with more soldiers than they leave with. So.
Oh, man. Let's see. Asked about how Europe can convince the U.S. to include them in negotiations over the war in Ukraine. Von der Leyen says that all parties want peace from a position of strength. It's interesting how this is worded. Because they, even with this $800 billion rearmament program that they want to, that it's very pie in the sky, to be honest. But even with that plan, they know that they basically need the U.S.'s permission to see it done. Like,
yep.
Because they're so damn dependent on the United States that they need the United States to cooperate with their plans, or else it'll go south. Anyway, yeah, it was, you know, Hungary. Let's see. Hungary was the only country whose leader refused to sign Thursday's Ukraine text at the summit, though Prime Minister Viktor Orban did agree to the statement on defense. Hungary isolated itself from the consensus of Europe. European Council President Antonio Costa said in a statement to press after the meeting. Yeah, Hungary is like the one base country left of the EU, it seems. I used to say Poland and a few other Eastern European countries are, but Ukraine kind of tilted them. Like even like fucking like Moldova, you know, have become like just fully like, you know, cucked essentially. I do feel like Hungary is like the only like sane saint left in the whole of the EU. There might be maybe some of maybe the Danes. I don't know. Like I know that, but they keep.
Not the Danes.
Yeah, this is the Dane right here. So it's like, nope, not them. What about the Finns? I doubt the Finns. Definitely not the Swedish.
Not the Swedes. Maybe the Norski, the Norwegians. But I don't really know.
I don't know either. I know all the Baltics. Yeah, all the Baltic states, as worthless as they are, you know, they're all part of the EU hive mind. So, yeah, it's. So they go into sharing the burden, yada yada yada. They talk about NATO. So, what happened after this? The European Union failed to reach a deal for Ukraine as a merging meeting ends with no funding or rearmament. Per the New York Post. Again, as you said, like they talk a lot, but when it actually seeing things come to fruition, Europe is notoriously bad at that because they're so obsessed with the process. They're so obsessed with the bureaucracy, with the regulation, that it's hard to get shit done over there. Now, what happened right after this? Trump pauses U.S. military aid to Ukraine while pressuring Zelensky to move toward quick end to war. So after this whole EU rearmament scheme got announced, because this was published. Wait, no, this was published on March 4th. This is what this actually should have gone here. This should have gone before this article. But yeah, Trump basically just he cut them off. Essentially, he's like, well, Europeans can take care of it. They seem adamant about doing so. So yeah, go for it. Now, the whole thing about like, okay, let's keep funding the war. The Europeans say, let's keep feeding the meat grinder over there on the front lines. But is it actually like? Is it actually helping Ukraine win the war? Well, not really. Ukraine forces likely to pull out of Russia's Kursk region within 2 weeks. These sources. So this is from March 7th. So the Kursk region is like the center of like all the territory that was essentially annexed by Russia in this conflict. And Russia basically just kind of did like almost like a blitzkrieg through it and took it. And it looked like Ukraine isn't going to be able to hold it. So it's like you lose the Kursk region. Zelensky doesn't have any kind of land negotiation on the table anymore. Like Zelensky has been talking about, like, he doesn't just want all the territory that Russia seized in this war back to Ukraine. He wants like pre-2014 borders. Like he wants Crimea returned as well. It's just like, dude, you're not getting Crimea back.
he definitely thinks he has more leverage in this than he does.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a very smart man, but very big balls. I got to admit.
Well, I think that a lot of what Zelensky's do, I think he sees a lot of the writing on the wall, not just for the war, but for his like political future as well. And I think he's acting very in desperation. He's acting very much like an injured dog in the corner. You know, they're just really lashing out, throwing haymakers and that kind of stuff. And he seems to be behaving like an injured, wounded animal. You know,
I agree.
Ukraine's 7-month-old sortie into the Russian province of Kursk is on the verge of collapse after Moscow's troop broke through Kiev's defensive line near the Russian town of Sudza on Friday. So, like, they basically just sent a flood of Russian drones, missiles, artillery, and glide bombs. What is a glide bomb? I don't know what a glide bomb is.
I believe it is just a gravity bomb, but with limited
Like
targeting
steering?
abilities. Steering.
Okay. So it says here like that, the U.S. intelligence cut off. I think did Elon actually cut off Starlink? I know that was.
I know he threatened it.
He threatened it. I don't know if he actually did it though.
Mhm.
Maybe somebody in chat can update me on that about. But that's the thing, like, because I know that the U.S. like a part of this thing about with Trump cutting off aid to Ukraine is he basically also because remember there's like back in the 2014 debacle, right? The CIA was all over that fucking thing, you know. It really murkied the waters, but like there's a lot of like these like CIA intelligence bases all along the border of Ukraine.
Doesn't look like it happened. Just threatened.
Just threatened. Okay. But it looks like as a part of pausing this aid, that means also pausing any kind of intelligence networking going on over there, which has largely put Ukraine in the dark in many ways. So I'm getting ahead of myself. We can confirm the quantity of attacks increased with glide bombs, shaheads, and a first-person view drones. So just manually piloted drones, basically, like this. They're playing a video game. Dude, have you seen the side note? Have you seen those videos of people posting? You can see them on like Live Leak stuff like that. I think they're on Twitter too, of like soldiers like running away from drones.
Yes.
And then and then like watching them like plead for their life, and the drone just like wipes them out.
So
like,
so these shaheads, mind you, these are unmanned. They're UAVs that tend to be kamikaze drones. They just contain munitions. This is exactly what you're talking about. These are the shaheads that you were getting stuck on.
Yeah. Okay. That's exactly what I'm talking about then. Okay. Yeah, dude. I don't know if anybody in chat has seen those videos. Some of you probably have, but they are like, they're disgusting. It's those kind of videos that make me wish that warfare would go back to like swords and shields. Like when you dehumanize the horrors of war that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It really makes it like it seems really awful to me. Because like back in the day, I mean, you mean like warfare.
Well,
go ahead.
Okay, just real quick, as someone who has experienced the live leaks for like the beheadings and the different sword atrocities out there, I don't necessarily want it to go back to that either. Those are, the kamikaze drone is it's fast. At least it's fast.
That's true. Like they're pleading for the life, and then they're just gone, like in an instant.
Yeah.
It's still like really.
It's horrific.
It's horrific to watch. Yeah.
But it's not. I just lost my arm, and I'm gushing blood out and going into shock. Horrific.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't know. It feels like ancient war. There was some sense of honor to it, like meeting each other face to face on the battlefield, that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
I think that's a very limited period. I think that's primarily when you have fully armored knights and really couldn't kill each other. The defense had outdone weaponry at that point.
Yeah, so you're talking about like those medieval knight. That would be like knight battles that would go all day long, and not a single person would die.
Yeah, you're basically just fatiguing your opponents out.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, like, yeah, you're right. I am romanticizing it right now. You're right. I'm just thinking of like Roman legions, like meeting their enemies head on. I'm thinking like, I guess even like samurai would engage in guerrilla tactics. So, yeah,
there's always that belief, that desire that there were kinder times in war, but I don't think they were ever really there. Like I said, outside that brief period where you really couldn't, you had a hard time.
And it's not like they would like after a battle was over would go through the field and like look for people like still alive and then play with them a little bit before they kill them.
Yeah,
which is essentially what these drones are doing. I don't know. They're just tough to watch, man. They're just tough to watch.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. But it's just the horrors of war, I guess. Let's see. We can confirm that the quantity of attacks, blah, 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 blah. We read that. A second military commander in Kursk added that while there is no certain information, roughly 8 to 10 dune buggies of Russians broke through 2 to 3 Ukrainian positions in the area. How poorly defended when less than a dozen dune buggies full of Russians can take over the area? Like, what are you doing? You know?
All I can imagine is really shitty Counter-Strike lobbies and just hearing the Russians yell as they go doom bugging through. And it's magical, truly is.
It really is, isn't it? There's something about the Russian language that is just amusing to hear. Like, that same night, Russia launched 194 drones, the second most in a single night since the war began, after the 267 fired at Ukraine on February 23rd. 67 missiles, the most projectiles in recent memory, according to Kiev State Emergency Services and the Washington Base Institute for the Study of War. Trump told reporters Friday that Moscow's pummeling of Ukraine since he shut off military aid and intelligence sharing were to be expected. Man, this is the whole thing about Trump is that he's like one of the very few people who have come along who's like ready and willing to push the button.
Mm-hmm.
At least 5 Ukrainian civilians have been killed in Russian drone strikes since Tuesday. And then he said, I actually think that Putin is doing what anybody else would do. I think that the reason that he's acting this way towards Putin is because he wants Putin at the table.
Oh, yeah.
Can't bring Putin to the table by calling him evil and heartless and all these other awful things. Like, that's...
Well,
and he even said that. He said that when he was talking to Zelensky with Vance last week. So, the Ukrainian office of the chief of the general staff of the Kursk operation spokesperson declined to comment for this article. Let's see. Days earlier, troops who fight in Kursk told the Post that Kiev could abandon its bold operation as soon as 2 weeks from now, citing limited access in and out of the region. So basically, even with all the resources that they're getting fed, getting as far as they were able to get into Kursk was essentially spreading the butter over too much bread, quote Bilbo. And that's why I think Russia was able to retake it with a handful of dune buggies. The incursion began on August 19th, so this is the Ukrainian incursion into the area originally. Ukrainian forces pushed across the border separating Sumy and Kursk oblasts. Oblast, I don't know.
Oblast?
Oblast.
It's like a city town. It's another one of those sorts of things. I remember. Right?
Gotcha. Okay. The surprise nature of the attack made it possible to make a breakthrough and occupy a large territory in short time. So this is like how the Ukrainians originally took it. Is they essentially engaged in like a little targeted blitzkrieg operation. The enemy, in response, transferred significant forces and means and were able to slow down and later stop the advance of the Ukrainian defense forces. Let's see. While the campaign was initially a success because it distracted Russian forces and slowed them down in more strategically important areas, Kapanov acknowledged it also removed critical Ukrainian manpower from those fights. Let's see. Compared to other areas of clashes, it is clear that for Russia, the issue of pushing our troops out of the Kursk region is of fundamental importance. Therefore, the intensity of the fighting and the number of forces and equipment involved is high. Let's see, an American military veteran and strategist, Paul Schwenessen, who previously volunteered with Ukrainian forces in Kursk, said retreat from Russia would be mostly a moral loss for Ukraine. So not necessarily a strategic one, but a moral one. The bargaining position is effectively moot since peace settlements are extremely unlikely in any event. So I think that in the grander scheme of things, what this kind of article is kind of exemplifying is that we're funding a stalemate. Like, Ukraine isn't, they're not really making progress with the resources that they're being given. They need all the with all the resources that they're being given by the U.S. and NATO. They're basically breaking even.
I think what would be better put is that we're funding the war to a stalemate. It's not a stalemate in and of itself. It's a war of attrition, and Ukraine has lost. We're just there to hold them up
Have you seen like what is
into that stalemate.
Russia's total force is something close to 2 million? I think 600-ish thousand of which are in Ukraine right now, and I
Mhm.
think that Ukraine standing army, since they basically conscripted every able-bodied male in the country, is at like a little bit more than 600,000. I think.
Yeah, and that's something to consider too. Ukraine has really sent all of its men into the frontier.
Yeah.
Ukraine as a country is functionally over after this war.
Yeah, because like man, I gotta tell, man, if you're a Ukrainian male who survives this war, you have the pick. You get the pick. You know what I mean? Because like, I mean, it's gonna be like
Yes,
there's gonna be
I
like the demographic of men to women is gonna be so drastically lopsided that the men are going to have all of the power and relationships in Ukraine. Like,
So I see what you're saying there, and that's certainly a possibility. I think that there's a very different, distinct possibility is that Ukraine begins importing men from other countries, and we've seen kind of how that goes and what that does to a place.
Yeah, that never ends
So,
well.
like I said, I think functionally after this war, Ukraine is over. Like what has been Ukraine, the national identity, etc., is on its way out. Unfortunately,
Mm-hmm.
I think for all the corruption of the government of Ukraine, the Ukrainian area was very pretty. The people I've met from there are friendly, nice folk.
Mm-hmm.
So to see it end like this is unfortunate.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I never thought about that. But either they lose like literal people, or they lose via just traditional European cultural enrichment.
Yep.
Either way, their identity as a country is basically screwed.
They're gonna have to bend over, pucker up, and welcome diversity into their country.
There was a picture of a batch of new recruits going to the front line in Ukraine, and they were clearly in their 40s and 50s. Yeah, like they're literally running out of people. I mean, we're getting to like Helm's Deep level of giving children weapons and stuff like that, and sticking them out there. They actually like made a fun. There was actually like a dark humorous bit about this, and that you ever see what was it, JoJo? Was that like that? It was like that comedy about Nazi Germany. It was like the kid in the Hitler Youth. Remember that?
Yeah, I know what movie. I can't quite remember the title of it, but I do know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about? It was actually a really good movie. Like surprisingly good movie. I haven't seen like a good dark comedy like that in a really long time. Like especially like when you see like the camera pans and you see like Scarlett Johansson's feet just dangling, and you remember like, oh yeah, this is Nazi Germany.
Jojo Rabbit.
Jojo Rabbit. That's it. Yeah, it's like the movie like it does all this comedy stuff, but then it reminds you, it has to constantly remind you you're in Nazi Germany. This is not good. You know what I mean? It does that with Scarlett Johansson's character. But anyway, in the movie they do that at the end, where like the German soldiers are literally just handing kids grenades and then just pushing them into the enemy. Because they have literally no one left to sacrifice. And Ukraine is getting there, and I see all the Euro bros were like, Russia had to like get help from like North Korea and China and stuff like that. It's like Russia has plenty. Like if you know anything about how much the Russian military has, it's way more than Europe. I mean, outside of like China and the U.S., it's the most militarized country in the world. I mean, what is North Korea in that? Or North Korea is like super militarized. But anyway, so
I agree.
Yeah, things are. I mean, that's the thing. That's like things are still just kind of in this quagmire on the front line. They can't make any headway, and if they do make headway, they can't maintain it. So yeah, this is just another article just rehashing the Rearm Europe plan. So we are in an era of rearmament, European Commissioner President Ursula said, called Rearm Europe, which he said would allow European countries to access the equivalent of 840 billion. We already spoke about this pretty much. And then we also talked about this. Germany to ease government debt limits in major step aimed at boosting economy and defense spending. It's like, I swear, it's not a matter of does the money exist. It's always a matter of political will, it seems. Like, if the regime and the powers that be want to do something, they will find the money to facilitate doing that thing.
Find the money. It's just more money for to go burr.
Yeah, exactly. They will find the money.
Yeah.
North Korea is basically a military base the size of a country. That honestly, that's kind of that. That's pretty. Yeah, you're right, Mark. Too. Now that I think about it, they really are. I mean, the whole country is basically just a militarized state. So yeah, they're of course they're gonna find the money. They call it the debt break over there. That's it's basically their debt ceiling is what it is. So the reform debt break would remove the constitutional ceiling when it comes to defense spending. That would support efforts to build up Germany's own defenses and its ability to further support Ukraine. Germany is rearming after all these years. Let's see. Leaders of the conservative union bloc agreed with the center-left Social Democrats. Yeah, because you have to remember that in the recent German elections is that like the milquetoast, quote-unquote right-wing, but totally not at all right-wing party gained all the power, and they just immediately got in bed with the Social Democrats and left the AfD in the dust, because the AfD are the big evil Nazi party, apparently.
Yeah.
So the quote-unquote sensible right-wingers in Germany, which don't exist, immediately just sided with the socialists, and they're just all in on the bullshit. But that's Merz, and this was all done by Frederick Merz, by the way, who basically just 180'd right after he got into power on this.
Which is, yeah, I read about his promises and how well he's keeping them. Intends to keep them.
Just a typical two-faced bureaucrat. Just,
I mean, yeah, really.
Now, what's interesting though is that Ukraine is still willing to sign minerals deal days after Trump-Zelensky agreement fell apart. And this is just getting at, what I said earlier about how the whole thing about like the minerals deal is completely dead and all this other kind of stuff. It's like that's very much. Zelensky wants to keep as many cards in his hand as possible.
Oh yeah, and Zelensky, I have the strong feeling the moment the war is over, probably several moments before the war is over, he's going to be on a plane out of Ukraine.
Probably, yeah. He's going to exile, 100%. Yeah. He knows that he's if an election happens, he's screwed. Yeah. And there's a lot of talk about there's a lot of people who actually think that there cannot be peace in Ukraine with Zelensky at the helm. And I think that even like the White House has had this sentiment too, where like if Zelensky doesn't get a mindset of, you have to have peace, and to have peace you have to have concessions, then Zelensky, as long as Zelensky is in power, there cannot be peace in Ukraine. Essentially, that's a growing sentiment across pretty much everywhere right now, and Zelensky knows it. He knows that no matter how the chips fall when this is all said and done, he's fucked. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but that's pretty much where we stand at the moment in regards to everything that's happened since the crash out in the Oval Office just a week ago. It's hard to imagine that all this happened in 1 week. Like, trying to do this show and keep up with this shit is exhausting. Like,
I can imagine. It's a powder keg there, and
Oh my
at any
gosh.
moment, it's just, shit's going off.
Hmm.
So much can change in just a day.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's see here. I don't want that one. Okay, let's move on to Trump's speech to Congress. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this one. So Trump gives this big speech. It was like almost 2 hours long. Very, very theatrical. Very, very emotionally driven. Which,
very much.
Yeah, exactly. Which I very much expect, to be honest. Let's be real. I mean, Trump is a showman. It's what he is. He understands how to manipulate people's emotions and stuff like that. He understands television better than probably any president literally ever. And this was a very, very theatrical on both sides. Now the thing is this though, I'm not going to get into highlights of the speech because honestly, his speech isn't really the story. It was a pretty honestly, I felt like a normal Trump speech. Nothing particularly, I don't think nothing particularly amazing or interesting happened, from Trump's end necessarily. What's the real story of this is the Democrats and what they did both during and after the speech. And that includes them absolutely botching the optics war. Because again, Trump is playing the optics game. Playing that the optics game is the emotional game, essentially. And it's like, so are the Democrats. The problem is that Democrats absolutely suck at the optics game right now. What was that? I don't have it up here because I just now thought of it. But there was a bunch of Democrats that released that scripted video.
Choose your fighter?
Yeah, well, no, there was that too, actually. Actually.
They need to fire their PR people.
They really do. Hang on, let me bring that up real quick. I'm going to bring up the Choose Your Fighter. That was so...
I will say, in regards to his speech, the only thing that stood out as being, well, it's if you've seen one Trump speech, you kind of see a lot of them. Not all, but most of them, was the catching Elizabeth Warren with the Pocahontas comment. I love that.
It was this.
Remind people that these people are liars.
This is the yeah, exactly. This is the real story, though, is the way the Democrats are behaving. That's the real story, not the speech itself.
Yeah.
So let's see. Democrats keep outdoing themselves with dumbness. Who is getting paid big consulting butts to come up with this stuff? But this was the thing that the Democrats would have made, and they thought that this would make them look good for some reason.
They're so disconnected from the average person nowadays. It's amazing.
I'm sorry, but AOC, you should know better. You're of... Say what you will about AOC, but she's savvy with social media and stuff like that. If there's anyone that should have, like, red flag let's be like, this isn't going to make us look good, guys, it should have been her. Like, I expect better from AOC here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I like how they just say AOC. They don't even, like, type out her name. But it's like, she should know better. These other people, I get, they're just out of touch retards. But the thing is that AOC isn't like, she's not an out of touch retard. She actually has like her ear to the ground on a lot of like, she goes on like major leftist Twitch streamer chats, shows and stuff like that. She's plugged, she's plugged into this shit.
She was, but I think that's something just part of being in Washington is that you lose those attachments really quick. And I think AOC is an incredible example of that. She was well grounded in social media and attached. She had the connections, but now she's doing this. This is apparently the right choice in her mind. Before that, though, I do want to say one thing. Keep in mind, these are, choose your fighter thing. These are these people in their fighting stances. Watch what some of them are doing.
Oh, I know. As someone who, like, I have, like, a 3rd stripe black belt in Kali, I currently train at a bunch of different styles. This video was painful to watch.
As someone who just doesn't want to get their ass kicked.
Yeah, exactly.
I have no training. I know better than this.
Like, get your guard up, AOC. Your whole head is exposed. Like, also, she's flat-footed.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
But, like...
This one. What the fuck are you doing? What is she doing? Why is she, like, squatting? Wait, I didn't catch the whole thing. But, like, look at Jasmine Crockett. Another, she's flat-footed. Why is your left hand way the fuck down there? Like, what
she wants to get slugged. Like, that's the position to get hit in.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are you doing? Like, these people don't know what the hell they're doing. It's so cringe.
What the turtle stance, yes.
What are you doing? But yeah, she actually isn't that bad.
Her and AOC's starts it being really bad, but like the first one's not so bad. Yeah,
this was the very first one. This is the only one that's like, okay, like if you're a beginner, this is passable. But so they put this out, and they get memed into oblivion, like because they think it looks cool. And they also pulled this stunt off during Trump's speech, where the women up in the peanut gallery had like these. They had two things. They had a whiteboard that they would like erase and then write new nonsense onto, and then just like hold it up for the cameras. They had that, and then they also had what looked like auction. They were like what do they call them? Auction signs, like when you like raise your hand.
Yeah, the little paddles.
Yeah, the little auction paddles.
Right,
yeah, yeah, and they just said like lies or something like that on them and stuff like that. It was really like juvenile. It was really juvenile. Also, like Al Green had to get escorted out by the sergeant at arms, which was an amazing moment, by the way. That actually, hang out. I want to bring that up actually, because that was an incredible moment. Let me bring that up. Al Green. Should
him with his old-headed cane.
Here it is. This was amazing. This was an amazing display of just idiocy from this guy. So this is Al Green. So he stood up with his cane, and this happened.
Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the sergeant at arms to restore order to the joint session.
By the way, Marjorie Taylor Greene and like Lauren Boebert, they also look like retards when they pull this shit off.
Oh yeah. I'm not gonna give the right any credit for that either. We have our own fucking retards.
Like I just facepalm whenever I see them pull this kind of shit off during back when like Biden was president and stuff like that. It's like, you look like retards. It never ends up working in your favor. Stop doing it.
There's no emotion, and it's strictly performance. But they're shitty actors.
Now, to be fair, every single person in here, from Trump on down, is engaging in performatives. This entire event is nothing but theatrics. It's nothing but an optics game. That's what this whole thing is. They're both sides are just playing an optics game. That's what this whole thing is. To be fair.
True.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat.
Look at JD Vance, like, get him out.
Continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum. The chair now directs the sergeant at arms to restore order.
Not well.
Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Okay. So I want to point something else out. The man in back here, if you watch him, he does not walk. He waddles. He waddles his ass all the way forward. It does not look like he is able to bend his legs.
Oh yeah, you mean Al?
No, 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 not Al Green. This guy in the very back.
This
the
guy?
white guy. No, no, no. Facing right on us. Gray hair. You see the back of his head.
This one.
He's walking down towards him. Nope.
No.
To your right.
Am I right? This guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Oh, the guy in the foreground. Okay.
Yeah, the foreground.
Okay.
Watch as you watch him move forward. He just kind of waddles back. It's the strangest shit.
Okay, let me like rewind it a bit.
Sorry, I watched this like
No, you're
a
fine.
dozen times.
Oh yeah, his stance is like really weirdly wide, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look how much he sways. Like, just walk, dude.
Yeah, it's like, is it a really starched suit or come on, man? But no.
By the way, I have to give out kudos to Mike Johnson. Like, he's really stepped up, I think. Like, he was kind of like not like on Trump's side in the beginning. I mean, much like JD Vance, to be honest. JD Vance was anti-Trump in the beginning too. But Mike Johnson is like really like turned around.
I wonder. I still don't like the guy. I don't know if the turnaround is because
Members
the
are
wind is blowing,
directed to
or if that's because he's generally grown some sort of spine.
Well, well, the way he's acting, I mean, whatever's motivating him, you know, as long as he's acting the right way, I don't care all that much, I guess.
No,
But I get what you mean. Like, he could be one of those, like, you know, I see the political winds changing, so I better adjust my sails kind of person, you know. But I don't know. He behaves like he's MAGA.
Yeah.
So
whether it's external or internal, as long as he's doing what he's doing now, I'm okay with him. But
exactly.
it's just like, he's still a little.
You know, I get it. I get it. I totally get it.
Hold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you.
So that, oh gosh, get him. Okay,
Oof.
so that's him getting Al Green getting ganked out. And then the other big thing that happened was this kid.
Yeah.
This was the thing, and this was genius on Trump's part, by the way. Like, again, Trump knows how to manipulate emotions. He knows what he's doing with this shit. He knows how to get up on a podium and put on a show. Okay? He knows that all he has to do is do stuff like this, what he did with this kid, which was fantastic, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
This was incredible. He made this kid's life dream come true. But he knows that if he just does a bunch of stuff like that, he also honored like a woman whose daughter died, and he got a bridge renamed after her daughter, stuff like that. He did a bunch of these things during the speech, right? Because he knows that the Dems are going to behave like children. And he knows that all he has to do is put things like this kid, do things with this kid. Great things, by the way. But he knows that the Dems' horrific reaction to this kid secondarily behaves very well as like a red herring. So any other stuff that he says that actually has like Democrat pushback that's a bit more legitimate just gets completely buried. You know?
Oh, for sure.
And Trump knows this. But then again, so does every president. You know what I mean? For the most part. Like, whatever you see, like, you go back and watch past presidents do this speech to Congress, they do similar things. You know?
Yeah, this isn't new by any means.
But either way, despite the Democrats' horrific response to this was just really cool. So this kid is basically going to tell you who he is.
Because my mom bathes me and my brothers all together.
This kid is like 13, by the way.
And out of nowhere, I locked up, and then my dad was calling my name, and I started going to the slow thing, and he said, "Stop playing with me." And I started to act. I ain't gonna lie, I started to act slow, and then as soon as he said that, we were speeding all the way, running lights, going to the hospital, and then next thing you know, I was seizing on the table. They said, "Nah, we gonna have to go in his brain tonight." Ever since then, I had 13 brain surgeries, and that's how many times my personality has changed. And that's something that you don't hear from a terminally ill
I like
child.
how he has a sense of
I had
humor about
5
it.
months to live.
Mhm.
I'm gonna keep on going until my gas tanks run out. And that's when God calls you home. You never know when God's gonna call you home. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my dad. I know he's pretty proud of me, and I'm pretty proud of him too. And I'd like to thank President Trump, because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here today.
So, this kid, he is. I like there's a little Gulf of America thing back here. Just like salt in the moon. So at this, do I have it pulled up? Actually, I don't. Let me pull it up real quick as well. Let me pull it up on YouTube.
Watching his dad lift him up during the speech, and the kid hugged the guy next to him, and I mean, it was, you know, listening to the kid's story, it's a heart-wrenching thing. But the kid in general, yeah, it was a cool little kid. You know, he's
just like in a vacuum. It's a really good. It's a great story. You know,
yeah.
like you could put all the partisan theatrics aside. It's a really good. It's a really great story. Right here. This is it. Okay. Oh, right here.
Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer.
Oh yeah, his dad is great. That's Texas?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's Texas. That's Texas pride for you.
There you go. Yeah.
But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago.
The dad nudges him. Say that, kid. That was one Democrat reluctantly clapping a little bit, by the way.
Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
You see them in his eyes even now.
He's like, what? Okay, so that was like this huge like that was like one of the main moments that happened during this thing. And the Democrats, of course, just couldn't not step in it. Let me bring this up real quick.
It's one of those things. It's
See if I can find it
everyone
here.
knows that it's like, all right, you clap for the kid. You know, this is a heart-wrenching thing. No one
Now
watching it's gonna be like,
There you go.
you know,
This
partisan
was
about it.
this is the clip that's gone around. This is from Sky News Australia, which is one of the few good mainstream media outlets out there. That's in Australia of all places. Because Sky News outside of Australia is awful. But this is a recap of how MSNBC decided to respond to DJ Daniels becoming an honorary Secret Service agent. Who, by the way, the Democrats are mockingly being referred to as a DEI hire. I don't know if you've seen that. Which is like a hilarious self-own.
It is.
That they just have no awareness of. But let's go ahead and watch the MSNBC Democrat response to the DJ Daniels bit.
It takes a broken soul to turn that beautiful moment into something ugly, but that's precisely what Nicole Wallace did. Watch here, she starts off pretty well, but halfway through, the TDS kicks in, and she says something so full of bile that she's straight into lefties losing it hall of shame.
But I think this was a lesson in finding one thing that you let yourself feel. And I let myself feel joy about DJ, and I hope he's alive for another, 95 years, right? And I hope he lives and the life he wants to live. He wants to be a cop. He knows what he wants to do. And maybe when you have childhood cancer, that crystallizes for you. And I hope he has a long life as a law enforcement officer. But I hope he never has to defend the United States Capitol against Donald Trump supporters. And if he does, I hope he isn't one of the 6 who loses his life to suicide. And I hope he isn't one who has to testify against the people who carried out acts of seditious conspiracy and then live to see Donald Trump pardon those people.
This
just
fucking ghoulish.
Jeez, man. Like, yeah, ghoulish is a great word, honestly, to describe it. It's just like, you can see her face. It's like, really? Like, that's where you went and you thought that was a good response? It's just like...
Well, yeah, it's disgusting. Something else that you can notice, too, with where she was going about it. She wanted to get to that point. She brought up his life, how long he's going to be living, 3 times throughout that, just to get to the whole, I hope he doesn't kill himself bit. Ghoulish. Ghoulish bitch.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, and again, it's Rita here just says it right. This is like TDS. It's just like, anything that Trump does has to be condemned, no matter how good it is. Trump said during the speech, he said, I could cure cancer. I could cure the worst diseases ever, that are still ravaging the planet to this day, and the Democrats still won't clap or stand. You know what I mean? And it's true. It's absolutely true. So the Democrats really stepped in it badly, and they got their asses handed to them in the optics game of this whole night. And the polls absolutely reflect that. This is a poll. This is from CBS, not exactly a Trump-friendly outlet. 76% approve of the speech. Time Trump spent on issues you care about. 63% said a lot. Party identification of speech watchers. 51% of Republicans, 27% Democrats. So basically, it's like the independents are. Look at that. 51 plus 27 is 78, 76. So basically, all of the independents are with Trump on this speech. What this is showing. Speech made you feel hopeful, proud. 68%, 54%. Worried or angry, 27 and 16. Presidential, 74%. Entertaining, 74%. Inspiring, 71%. Unifying, 62%. And divisive, the only bad thing, the only one that's less than half, 46%. So, I mean, it just goes on and on and on, like 70, 70, 76. This one's almost 80. Basic, describe crime problem about as it is, 68%. Again, these are like snap polling, basically. This is judging perception of reality. What this is. About as is, 68%. Approve of having Al Green removed from the chamber, 76%. So clearly Trump won over the audience on this speech. Handily. So, yeah.
I'm not, like I said, I'm not surprised about, in the least. I want to say, if nothing else, Trump's speeches, I was saying earlier, if you've seen one, you've seen them all. They're amazing because they're They're generally good. They're entertaining.
Oh yeah, well, Trump is best. Trump is best when he goes off teleprompter.
Mm-hmm.
Like when he just starts talking, like he just starts riffing essentially, and just making stuff up. That's when he's at his absolute best. And you're right. He has a natural, feel for. But he said it during the even during the Oval Office crash up with Zelensky. He said it's like, well, no matter what happens, at least it's going to be good television, huh? Like, yeah. He knows. Like, he knows.
He's got charisma.
He does. He really does. But yeah, that was the shit show of a response and the absolute failure of optics that the Democrats have engaged in. The Democrats really are revealing themselves to have absolutely no leadership. Like, they have no good leadership. When they're like, yes, let's do these signs. Let's say these things about the kid. Let's do this, whatever the hell this thing is. Choose your fighter. You know what I mean? Clearly the Democrats are in a quagmire of no leadership. And that's...
And not just no leadership, but no direction in general.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%.
Before you leave the page, I want to say something. As far as that picture goes, the amount of color correction that's going on there that has Trump just with pure white hair, kind of funny.
Wait, where?
On the CBS page, with Trump just sitting there. He's got pure white hair. Amount of color correction going into that. Yeah. Don't do that.
His hair isn't that white. Yeah.
No, it is not.
Yeah, they always do this thing where they emphasize like his eyes aren't like the area around his eyes aren't tanned like the rest of his faces. They do a lot of weird shit to make him look off. Well, you remember like the way they blatantly manipulated the color correction on Joe Rogan's face after he got COVID?
Oh, that was dirty.
Yeah, that was like so blatant. But anyway, okay, that's what I had about the congressional address. Congress, obviously, it's the congressional address. Do you have any further comments on this one?
No, I think we covered everything. It's like I said before, it's fun to listen to, but it's just another Trump speech at the end of the day.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's get out of the United States and let's go all the way over to South Korea, where we have updates on the Johnny Somali trial. So, Johnny Somali has made it back in the news because he had his first day in court in South Korea. And let's just say it went terribly for him. Johnny Somali pleads guilty to obstruction charges as he reportedly appears drunk in South Korean court wearing a MAGA hat. Which I don't know about the MAGA hat. Like, I don't...
Well, he drunk. He showed up late.
He showed up an hour late. Yep.
Yeah, hour late. The guy with him, his suit didn't fit. I mean, just generally disrespected the court. Anyone who doesn't like Johnny Somali and his style of entertainment is going to love the fact that this man is going to get fucking absolutely dragged.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, no question. Like, I mean, it's a shame that it had to get all the way to South Korea for this to happen,
I'm just glad somebody did something.
I'm glad that finally some country decided to actually do it, because there was this big video that was put out from this person who was there with Legal Mindset and a few other lawyers in the room, and they did a live stream outside the courtroom after it, and they were saying how like he and his lawyer got hit with new charges like in the courtroom that they didn't even know about. They pled guilty to multiple obstruction charges, which are they're minor crimes, but they add up, and he is not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. He still can't leave the country. He and his criminal cameraman,
the cohort.
and they're saying that he's going to go to jail for like a minimum of a year, but likely 3 to 5.
Yeah, and one of the things you missed on this that is very big, is because of that new charge. So by the time that actually starts getting going, he's probably going to have been convicted on this. So he's going to now have a record. And that will play a part in determining what punishment he gets from this newest charge.
Oh, that's right, because it'll snowball. Yeah.
Yeah, he is absolutely fucked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really does seem like that South Korean courts, they have like an idea of like what's going on with this whole thing, with the whole Johnny Somali thing, outside of just the South Korean legal system. You know what I mean? They seem to be like aware of like how awful this person is outside of what he's done in South Korea, and it really does seem. And the fact that it's gotten as far as it has, with like fully prosecuting these things, like they were saying in this video, how like if they didn't have like a guaranteed case to put this guy in prison, they wouldn't have brought it to the level of prosecution that they have brought it to already.
Yeah.
Essentially, like they're only going to bring things to this level of prosecution that they know that they'll get a conviction on, essentially, which is true in a lot of cases, a lot of countries.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of normal for prosecutors, not just across the world, really.
And you get the feeling that they're using this case to discourage people from doing this in general.
Oh,
this
man.
is going to be, dragging him around to say, look, this is what will happen to you. Don't fucking be like this guy.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, I really hope Japan gets the message.
Oh, I do too.
Because Japan there's been a lot of bad directions that Japan is going in right now, that they still have time to turn around. But like again, like this all started in Japan. Johnny Somali should have never made it out of Japan. Like this all should have been happening. This all should have been happening in Tokyo or wherever the hell he was at. He shouldn't have been able to make it out there. And hopefully, the Japanese kind of like they learn. They like, oh yeah, South Korea actually like took care of this guy. Maybe we should have done that. Like, yeah, you should have. You need to Japan, because this is the thing. Japan has like it's one of those countries that's kind of similar to the UK, where they have like their own little island paradise with no predatory animals and like general peace, peace and beauty, coast to coast and shore to shore, mountaintop to mountaintop. And they're like Britain, they've started down the path of just throwing that all away. Like they're having I don't know if it's a major problem, but like in certain parts of certain cities, they're having problems with Kurdish settlers. Maybe not settlers, migrants, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
They might as well be settlers though, because they're allowing them to do things that they shouldn't be allowed to do. And in fact, there's been several politicians in Japan that have actually started winning elections strictly on an anti-Kurd culture platform. They're saying it's like, if you're an immigrant and you commit a crime, you get deported. Done. And they're getting elected. They're starting to get elected now, because they're just like, this is, they've seen what happens when you allow this stuff to run rampant in your country. They've seen it happen to countries all across the West. And go ahead.
So personal experience with Japanese law and systems, very minimal. I do, however, have two friends that have lived in Japan now for a number of years. And what I've heard from them is the Japan's systems very slow to change. Not surprising. But they have been on the route to changing now for some time. So we might not see them really have a good foot on it in the next year or two, but in the next 10, I expect to see Japan will have shifted quite a bit towards being more, less lenient, we'll say.
Okay, yeah, that's the impression I get too. It's like right now we're in the stage where the only people who know about the direction that Japan is going are the people who bother to pay attention and go look for it, And I think you're right that like in about a decade or so, it's going to basically reach foreign shores, and it's going to become more normal kind of knowledge sets. We're like, oh yeah, people are just going to generally know that like Japan kind of changed, the direction they were going for the better, essentially. But and it's like, honestly, I couldn't have expected it to happen any other way, because I mean, Japan has been a very peaceful, prosperous nation for pretty much since the tech revolution of the 80s. Now, yeah, the yen has weakened in recent years against the dollar. This is true, but overall, they have like a very, very high trust, culturally cohesive society.
Oh, yeah.
And despite their problems, they are hopeful and optimistic people. And they started going awry from that in recent years. I mean, we see this in like the video game culture. Now we see this major companies like Sega and Capcom embracing ESG and stuff like that. It's like, well, we'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah. The unfortunate reality of it is there are certain Western ideas at the very least, that have kind of infiltrated their way into Japan that don't belong there, that don't have any place in a very culturally homogenous, high trust society.
It's
and
cultural
it creates
colonization.
conflict. And yeah, I don't know. Feel bad for them about that.
What it is, though.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate.
That shit spreads everywhere.
I know, and the thing is that like when you have a society like that exists in that way for a few decades, it's easy to get caught on your heels, you know. And I think that's what's happened to Japan, is that they were kind of caught off guard because they got kind of lazy, because like life was good for a half decade or a half century, and now there's like these foreign incursions, and like the Kurds and the Western cultural rot is kind of caught them off guard. But I think I'm hopeful, and it seems like they're wisening up to it, because it's interesting. You see, like, you watch Japanese television, you watch Japanese news shows and stuff like that. Stuff like the controversies regarding Assassin's Creed Shadows is talked about in the news in Japan.
Yeah. It's hilarious. It's going to be a strong but slow immune response, basically.
But it's interesting because like there's a lot of the Japanese media is actually like very much like right wing, for lack of a better word. They're very nationalist. I guess maybe I should say it. Go ahead.
No, I think I wouldn't say right wing necessarily, but I would say that they're conservative, that they're nationalists, they're properly for their own country.
Yes, that's
really have that here anymore.
Yeah, exactly, and they recognize, like, you see interviews happen with politicians all the time about like where the politicians, they just say like they say very normal pro my own country things, and the media people are like, yes, I see that, I get that makes sense, and then they go, next up is the sports, like it's like it's normal conversation in the media over there. You see it all the time, and it's really bizarre. it's really bizarre to turn on Nippon TV and watch these kind of interviews happen in their mainstream media, and it's just normal to them.
We're so deep in the trenches of for a lack of better terms, leftism here, that's why that stands out, I think, so much.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. It feels foreign that like the mainstream media would like engage in that kind of conversation on a regular basis like that, and it's it's just totally normal. But yeah, like hopefully, I'm hopeful that Japan could wise up. I see more and more like stuff coming out of like Japanese YouTube and stuff like that that's actually like catered to like reach an English speaking audience, along with the Japanese speaking audience. Like, you can tell that they're actually like trying to engage with their, you know, ideological fellow travelers outside the country. Like, you could tell that they're aware of the cultural rot of the West. They're aware of these toxic exports from, you know, from the West and stuff like that. You can, and it's gaining more and more traction. You can see it gaining more and more traction. Like, I see it more and more on my feeds these days and stuff like that. Even though I'm not like subscribed to it, I still just see it getting pushed. You know, so yeah, I hope that's the case. I hope that's the case. But anyway, back to Johnny Somali.
Oops.
We pretty much covered most of it, honestly. So he basically he didn't wear a suit. Well, he wore like an ill-fitting suit, right? Because it wasn't his. He wore a MAGA hat, which is disrespectful. The court asked him to remove the hat several times. And then, like it said here, his lawyer had no idea of an additional charge Johnny Somali had. Because of this, the next hearing has been postponed to April 9th. The night before the trial, he got way too drunk and he threw up in his roommate's apartment. He even tried to live stream his court hearing on an app called Party, which could have caused him even more trouble. Yeah, that's like... That right there is a criminal act.
Yep.
Like, so there's a reason that, like, U.S. courtrooms... like, the whole profession of courtroom artistry is a thing, because the judge has full command over whether or not cameras are allowed inside a courtroom. And so usually they're not, which is why you get like those dramatic courtroom sketches, professional sketch artists that go in there and record as close as they can get to video as they possibly can by drawing it. It's not the first time that Johnny Somali has been in trouble. He became famous in South Korea for disturbing people while live streaming. We already know all this. Most disturbing fact that he kissed the Statue of Peace, which is that girl on the bench. That statue honors victims of wartime sexual slavery. His behavior was even brought up in South Korea's parliament in October 2024. This is the thing: is he fafoed with a country who actually gives a shit about its culture and its history.
Yeah,
that's what happened.
Yeah.
Even before coming to South Korea, he got kicked out of Japan for similar behavior. Japan just kicked him out. They should have arrested him and charged him. He also entered restaurants and convenience stores, loudly mocking employees and disturbing other customers. His behavior became too much to handle, and the local authorities began investigating him. Well, it wasn't just too much to handle. I think one of the reasons that the authorities stepped in because there were like local South Korean live streamers who were like confronting him and threatening him with physical violence in person.
Yeah, he ended up with a bounty on his head.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there were like South Koreans like literally hunting him down. So it's like at that point, like the police kind of had to get involved at that point. Let's see, the incident that was like the final nail in the coffin back in Japan was Johnny trespassing in a restricted area at a construction site. Guards tried to remove him, but he mocked them and refused to leave. The video went viral, leading to his arrest. Japan's government revoked his visa and forced him to leave the country for good. Apart from Japan and South Korea, he's also faced severe backlash for his insensitive jokes about serious events. He once made fun of the 2011 Fukushima nuclear disaster during a live stream. He also did the Nagasaki thing. So he's supposed to face 5 years in prison time for the obstruction of business, which is just the one charge. If he's found guilty of all other charges, his sentence can go up to 10 years. His next hearing is on April 9th, and people are waiting to see what happens and hoping that he faces the consequences of his actions. So, yeah, Johnny Somali is screwed. He is so screwed. Oh, yeah, you're right, Marku. He even got on the bad side of the Yakuza. Yeah, he got kicked off a stream by a guy that clearly had, like, Yakuza tattoos and stuff. Legal Mindset was in the court. Yeah, Legal Mindset is in this live stream up here. He's here.
If I'm live or not.
So, there he is.
Charge as well.
That's Legal Mindset right there. So, yeah, he was there. Of course Legal Mindset there. That's where he lives. Like, I think Legal Mindset, like, he bounces around East Asia. Like, he lives in Japan. He's lived in the Philippines. He lives in Korea. Like, he kind of bounces around. I think he mainly lives in Japan, though. So, Legal Mindset is like he's a passport bro who actually like helps people become passport bros. So anyway, so yeah, Johnny Somali is very much screwed. And that's the thing about like the Yakuza too. It's like, yes, the Yakuza are gangsters, and they, you know what I mean. But like, the Yakuza are very much driven by like honor and respect. So, yeah, of course, Johnny Somali would be on the bad side of the Yakuza. You know. Oh, he lives in Thailand right now. Okay, yeah, he goes all over the place, all over East Asia. Okay. So, moving on from Johnny Somali, we have this. This is a viral science story that happened. Scientists have bred woolly mice on their journey to bring back the mammoth. So, this is wild. This is absolutely wild. I'm gonna reload this page real quick. Hopefully, it doesn't. Uh-oh. I'm gonna undo what I just did. No. Okay. Extinction is typically for good. Once a species winks out, it survives only in... That's a really nice way. That's such a kind word, whimsical word to use to refer to like an actual extinction. Winks out. It survives only in memory and the fossil record. When it comes to the woolly mammoth, however, that rule has now been bent. It's been 4,000 years since the 8-ton, 12-foot elephant-like beast walked the earth, but but part of its DNA now operates inside several litters of 4-inch, half-ounce mice created by scientists at the Dallas-based Colossal Laboratories and Biosciences. The mice don't have their characteristic short gray-brown coat, but rather the long, wavy, woolly hair of the mammoth and the extinct beast's accelerated fat metabolism, which helped it survive Earth's last ice age. Both traits are the result of a sophisticated gene editing that Colossus' scientists hope will result in the reappearance of the mammoth itself as early as 2028. So this is the woolly mouse. This thing is so adorable. I want one.
Yeah, this is going to go for thousands.
Oh, I know, right? Yeah, I doubt they're going to sell it, honestly. But well, man, you know what? I take that back immediately. I mean, are you kidding? They could so many people would buy this adorable little thing.
Exactly. And recouping some of the cost from having to do the research. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I see
you're
these
right.
on the market in a couple of years.
I want one. How long do mice live, though? They don't live very long, do they?
Oh, well, and they especially might not live all that long once you start gene editing. Oh.
Yeah. Like this one has like a little groove in its ear. Which honestly makes it even more adorable, to be honest. But this thing is so
they're not. It's not long lived. Only a couple years.
Yeah, a couple years. So they're like guinea pigs and stuff like that. Guinea pigs only live to be like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
That's sad. I don't.
But so now what will be interesting is if they breed true. So this has been done to them in vitro to create this generation. If this is a stable breeding population, that could be really interesting.
It could. I mean, they could have like literally just created a new species. Like
yeah.
But yeah, this thing is so damn adorable. It's just like it's literally just a ball of fur. It's so cute. Let's see. The colossal woolly mouse. The woolly mouse. I love it. Marks a watershed moment in our de-extinction mission. This is literally Jurassic Park shit. Like, this is literally the plot of Jurassic. Yeah, this is literally what Jurassic Park was. By engineering multiple cold-tolerant traits from mammoth evolutionary pathways into a living model species, we've proven our ability to recreate complex genetic combinations that took nature millions of years to create. This is where I'm just like getting kind of scared, because this is playing God kind of stuff, and I get nervous.
There are so many ways that this could go wrong, horrifically wrong. We got a bunch of horror movies built off of it.
Colossal has been working on restoring the mammoth ever since the company's founding in 2021. Yeah, that's literally their mission. Their mission is to bring the mammoth back from extinction. The animal is relatively a recent extinction, just a few thousand years ago. Isn't the saber-toothed cat like around the same time?
Yeah, I believe so.
Like we have like fur and DNA of saber-toothed cats too. I think.
Yeah.
So that's now
There
that's
are a couple
something.
different species where we have some interesting options.
Yeah, but I really don't want to like reintroduce saber-toothed cats into the wild.
What? I mean, if we can get house cat sized saber-toothed cats, I might be okay with it.
Oh man, maybe. Honestly, that'd
Just
be
with like
adorable.
goofy little smiles.
That would be so cute.
So, yeah.
But yeah, this is like, I guarantee you that like pretty much every religious group is against this, just because it's like literally like God, made them extinct for a reason. The kind of stuff. I get that. Let's see. Just a few thousand years ago, as opposed to the tens of millions that marked the end of reign of dinosaurs. The fact that it roamed the far north, including the Arctic, means that its DNA has been preserved and multiple remains embedded in permafrost. For its de-extinction project, Colossal collected the genomes of nearly 60 of those recovered mammoths. Yeah, like, they have, like, patches of fur and skin and all kinds of, like, actual genetic material that have been preserved in permafrost, glaciers, and shit like that. It's pretty wild. Recreating the species from that raw biological material is relatively straightforward in principle, if exceedingly painstaking in practice. Yeah, exactly. Like, the idea sounds simple enough, but it's like, gene splicing is no simple matter. The work involves pinpointing the genes responsible for the traits that separate the mammoth from the ancient elephant, its close evolutionary relation, editing an elephant stem cell to express those traits, and introducing the stem cell into an elephant embryo. In the alternative, scientists could edit a newly conceived Asian elephant zygote directly. Either way, the next step would be to implant the resulting embryo into the womb of a modern-day female elephant. After 22 months, the typical elephant gestation period, an Ice Age mammoth should, at least theoretically, be born into the computer age world. I really hope they film that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They're gonna film the shit out of it, and I'm
every step of the way.
Yeah, and I'm going to show it on stream when it happens. Are you kidding me? Has anything like this ever happened before? Where we de-extincted a species? I know that we've like discovered like species that we thought were extinct, like the coelacanth is a great example of that.
As far as I'm aware, the closest we've gone to doing something like this is with the aurochs. We've been trying to
the big cows.
re-engineer the hell cows and stuff, and it's been kind of it's first off, we've not even come close to de-extincting something. We have, however, gotten close to creating a new creature that has a lot of traits of the aurochs. Evolution's a straight line forward. It doesn't curve back around.
Right.
So there's that. Other than that, I mean, the closest to this stuff that we have done, actually, I think it sits closer to cloning.
Like Dolly the sheep kind of thing.
Yeah. That the type of work that's going on, it sits closer to cloning than what we've done up to this point for trying to bring a creature back. This is very novel territory.
Right. Man, I mean, see, I'm a Christian, and I'm sitting here like, I want them to pull it off.
Well, like I do want to say something about the mice specifically here. Before you get thinking these are chimeric creatures, they are not. The mice they specifically went in and found the genes that code for these things to trigger. So they're not mammoth mice. Not woolly mammoth mice in the truest sense, unfortunately, but
right.
And they talk about doing that potentially to create a mammoth, the woolly mammoth here too, as that second option with CRISPR. And while I'm really excited to see how this works out for that. the potential there for altering okay, speaking of ethics and how any religion is going to be against everything, is being able to look into like the human genome and see, well, I want to have a kid that's
I was gonna say
7 feet
all
tall.
birth defects. And
Yeah.
you know what else is
No
interesting?
genetic diseases, no.
Well, you know what? An interesting cultural and political curveball here is that you can basically de-gayify. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
to an extent.
to an extent, yeah, exactly. Like, it's a whole thing. Like they always say, like there is like a gay gene, stuff like that.
So-
it is. They say that's what they've been claiming up until the trans issue derailed the whole thing. They were always claiming like we were like this from birth. It's like, well, if you're like this in birth, then it has to be somehow at least partially related to your genetics. And if that's the case, if we can go in and start engaging in gene editing, well, we can de-gayify the planet then.
So this is kind of an interesting area that you've stepped into. As far as I'm aware, with the test twin studies, generally speaking, that have been going on since that point, is that we have found largely that gays, it's not entirely genetic. There's genetic predisposition to it, but there has to be some other sort of nurture trigger for that.
Yeah, it's
So
a
it
combination
plays
of
on both
nature and
parts.
nurture.
Yeah. So it's they definitely aren't born that way.
Right.
But they are born capable of being that way. Which is
A little bit different, yeah.
yeah. It's not everyone likes hearing that.
No, no, that makes sense though. That totally makes sense because you're right. Tailfin, the whole idea of the gay gene, it's stupid. Like that is it's like a meme. It's not like a real thing. But like they have like found like you just said, Bear, like these like genetic predispositions. But it requires like some level of nurturing to actually like come to fruition, essentially.
There's a little awkwardness in saying nurturing someone to be gay. But there are they're
okay.
triggers. I know.
Yeah,
it's correct. It's just
well, there's a social element to it.
Yes,
that's what it is. There's
a social component.
Yeah, there is a social component to it. Exactly. So, how long until they start creating IRL furries?
Well, so actually, if you look at the mouse thing, we mammals share a lot of same genome. It might be possible that those sorts of genes exist in us and might be something that they get triggered to express.
Yeah, I mean,
that might be something they would be capable of doing now, were it not ethically. I'm not even gonna say a gray zone, like an ethical, like black void.
Yeah, it really is. Like you're getting into the whole like we're beyond the can we do it and we're to the should we do it point. And there's a lot of hangups there, rightfully so. Because this whole thing, like when you're like sitting here screwing with genetics and creating quote unquote new species, bringing old species, extinct species back to life, you really are getting into this, the created has become the creator territory. And that gets really ethically, that is like an existential ethical dilemma.
Truly.
You're on a very, very, very base level ethical dilemma at that point. So yeah, it's very much like a very it's like a frontier. It's very much like a frontier, a trailblazing frontier of exploration that is very dangerous to wade into.
And the amount of pushback is going to be insane. We're already at the point where we can, you can screen for eye color and stuff, or a number of different traits in children, and that already is looked at as being abominable.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, Telfin brings up also because of that socialization aspect. A lot of gay men were abused as children. Yeah, a lot of the social triggering is trauma.
Yeah, it really is, and unfortunately, a lot of gay male culture involves putting you in situations where you are under direct supervision of someone who's much older than you while you were a child. I probably not the best area to get into given this, but
yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, it's
I don't know enough about it, but I know what you're talking about though. And I think chat largely does too, because we have a smart chat. But it says speed bumps abound. The business of rewriting the genome takes extensive experimentation with hundreds of embryos to ensure that the key genes are properly edited. The only way to test if they indeed are is to follow the embryos through gestation to see if a viable mammoth pops out. Sounds like there's a lot of trial and error that goes on here. The nearly 2 years it would take for even a single experiment animal to be born, however, would make that process impractical. What's more, Asian elephants are highly social, highly intelligent, and endangered, raising intractable ethical obstacles to experimenting on them. Enter the mouse, an animal whose genome lends itself to easy manipulation with CRISPR, a gene editing tool developed in 2012. That sounds like it's a phone app.
It's right up there with Grindr.
Based on a natural process bacteria use to defend themselves in the wild. What's more, mice need only 20 days to gestate, making for a quick turnaround from embryo to mouse pup. In the current experiment, researchers identified 7 genes that code for the mammoth's shaggy coat, identifying distinct ones that make it coarse, curly, and long. They also pinpointed one gene that guides the production of melanin, which gives the coat its distinctive gold color, and another that governs the animal's prodigious lipid metabolism. Relying on CRISPR, they then took both the stem cell and zygote approach to rewriting the mouse's stem cell to express those traits. The next step involved more than a little hit and miss. The trial and error part, yeah. Over the course of 5 rounds of experiments, the colossal scientists produced nearly 250 embryos, fewer than half of them developed into larger, more viable 200 to 300 cell embryos, which were then implanted in the womb of around a dozen surrogate females. Of these, 38 mouse pups were born. All of them successfully expressed the gold, woolly hair of the mammoth as well as its accelerated lipid metabolism. The colossal scientists see the creature they produced as a critical development. Yeah, it sounds like they've figured out the precise genes that have to be, what do they call it, expressed?
Yep.
The Woolly Mouse project doesn't bring us any closer to a mammoth, but it does validate the work we are doing on the path to a mammoth. It proves our end-to-end pipeline for de-extinction. We started this project in September, and we had our first mice in October, so that shows this works, and it works efficiently. There's plenty still to accomplish. A mammoth is much more than its fur and its fat, and before one can lumber into the 21st century, the scientists will have to engineer dozens of other genes, including those that regulate its vasculature, its cold-resistant metabolism, and the precise distribution of its fat layers around its body. It sounds like a video game, like like they're going into like a super detailed like character customization system in a video game.
Yeah, I mean, kind of.
They would then have to test that work in more mouse models, and only if they succeed there, they try the same technique on an elephant. The list of genes will continue to evolve. We initially had about 65 gene targets and expanded it up to 85. That number could go up or down with further analysis, but that's the general ballpark for the number of genes we think will edit for our initial mammoths. Colossal scientists also see this work as just a first step in developing a more widely applicable de-extinction technology. In addition to the mammoth, they would also like to bring back the dodo and the thylacine or Tasmanian tiger. Our 3 flagship species for de-extinction, mammoth, thylacine, and dodo, capture much of the diversity of the animal tree of life. Success with each requires solving a different suite of technical, ethical, and ecological challenges. So, yeah, it's really interesting what they're doing over here and how fast they seem to be moving with it. I feel, like I said, this company was only founded 4 years ago, so they're moving fast. You know, I also had a thought while I was reading this about like the whole ethical thing. If you like, when you have the ability to like edit genes to like a very high level and basically customize people, there's many paths into a dystopian hellscape at that point. Because now, because you can actually start. Okay, we're just gonna have like a caste system, and we're gonna have just soldiers that are just bred to be soldiers, essentially. Or we're gonna turn the genes off for their ability to like think for themselves, and we're gonna make them muscular and strong and agile, and they're just gonna be killing machines that we're just gonna genetically engineer into like a warrior caste system. You know what I mean? Like you could see like really quick how different kinds of dystopians can spring forth from this technology. You know?
Yes.
It's really, the permutations are endless. Customized worker drones, yeah, exactly. Like Ethics Memphis, give me my fox girl with 2 sets of tits, one to suck and one to play with.
No matter how you worry about the ethics, our future as a species, though, really does lie in genetic manipulation and cybernetic manipulation, and how we can combine those things with ourselves, essentially.
Oh yeah, like NBA jokes about like the fox girl with 2 sets of tits, like that's a possibility. Like
I see that being like a cosmetic choice down the line.
Yeah, like you can go in and like you'll be able to go in and re-engineer your own genetics after you're born and change things, essentially. Which also like would actually like basically allow like the trans issue to actually be a biological reality. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of really there's like an endless amount of like thought experiments you can engage in when it comes to gene splicing and where it can lead. So
yeah, I always like to think that the whole trans issue, the reality of it is it's just a couple hundred years early, maybe 1,000, couple hundred years early.
I don't think 1,000. I think I
think 1,000's pushing it pretty far.
Yeah,
but
I think 200 or 300 years. I think. Yeah.
I sent you this link, but we don't have to go over it or anything. But you were mentioning the CRISPR sounding like a game thing. They actually did do a game for CRISPR to help design stuff for CRISPR.
Really?
Yeah. It was just some while back, but yeah.
Online game challenges players to design on-off switch for CRISPR.
Yeah.
I mean, it does though. It does sound like a game. So, and they always say like that if you the best way to learn something is to gamify it.
Yeah. Being able to bring intellectual pursuits into the realm of video games and the type of people that play them, I think is genius.
It's a phenomenal idea. Absolutely phenomenal. And if it can play the Eterna RNA design game, all you need is a good internet connection, the interest, and the time. Let's see. Launched a new challenge for the online computer game Eterna, in which players are being asked to design an RNA molecule capable of acting as an on-off switch for the gene editing tool CRISPR-Cas9. The molecular biologist will then build and test the actual molecules based on the most promising provided by the players. How might scientists use CRISPR as a technology for cutting or binding DNA, but you don't want it to be on all the time. It'd be useful to have a switch that can turn gene activity on and off on some sort of schedule. Talking about the fox tits, there you go. Literally just an on-off switch. A doctor often tells a patient to take a drug twice a day for 2 weeks, but if the drug were generated by the patient's own genes, small molecules might be used to switch on that gene activity for an hour or two twice a day for 2 weeks, and then stop. I mean, yeah. I mean, you see this is a genetic thing that happens, like when a woman gets pregnant, her breasts get bigger. It's literally a gene turning on that's built into their system. You know what I mean? Like things happen to women's bodies, like when they get pregnant. That's essentially like a genes, like a series of genes getting switched on.
Yeah, a simpler example of that everyone experiences: puberty. That is all puberty.
You're right, 100%. So, I mean, you think about it, like men's hair loss is a great example. Like you just basically figure out a way to turn on the hair growing gene again, and take this pill for a month, twice a day, and you'll get all your hair back on your head. You know, like this is the kind of stuff we're talking about here. It's like, again, like you could see the endless frontiers.
And even you are looking a little short term. It starts out as take this pill that many times a month. It ends up being here's an injection, your hair comes back now.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. With or without the ball, that is the ultimate. That is the ultimate question, isn't it, NDA? Is it futa without the balls?
I'm more worried that we're gonna end up in a situation that's like, how many sets of balls before it's gay?
It's only gay if the balls touch. Oh man, but yeah, but you see, I mean, NDA is joking. I love you, my David, by the way. Thank you. But all these jokes, like you could easily see like it being a reality. You know what I mean? I mean, think
the
of like
preposterous of today is the normal of tomorrow.
Think of the porn industry.
I don't want to.
Well, I mean,
ooh,
I know, but you see immediately your mind starts going in all these crazy ass directions, right? Like, I mean,
at some point the porn industry is going to be watching one flesh mound.
Well, I mean,
with another flesh mound.
Well, the other direction you can go is like, well, if anybody can just become essentially like built like an Adonis, you know, like every dude can basically spend $50 to get an injection that makes them super muscular and hot with a 13-inch cock. You know what I mean? Like, then like porn becomes like unnecessary because everybody is like a porn star. You know what I mean? There's so many like crazy, like weird, like directions that these kinds of stuff can go in.
The obsolescence of porn really is probably going to be one of man's greatest pursuits.
Oh yeah, I mean they made fun of it in that movie, in Idiocracy, when they like all the scientists, all they focus on was like maintaining men's erections and making their dicks bigger. You remember? Like that's
oh man.
Oh man. But it's just a wild, seemingly endless frontier, you know, that we're just now like in our lifetimes, like this generation or this maybe like half. It's what do you call the quarter century? Quintennial? Is that what it's called?
25 year.
Yeah.
I don't know if there is a word for it, or at least I don't know of one.
Well, either way. You know, these 25 years is like the jump start. It's like when was the Dolly clone, the sheep clone? When did that happen?
I want to say that was like 90 something.
That was in the 90s. So maybe even a little bit further back then. Maybe we say like the last 30-40 years was like the beginning of like the crazy dystopian future, or maybe it's paradise. Who knows? You know, like
96.
Go away, Baton, Tailfin says. See, when you type that, Tailfin, I hear it in my head the exact way he says it in the movie, and it makes me laugh.
I gotta watch that movie again.
I do too. That needs to be, that needs to be a movie night. Maybe after Pirates of the Caribbean trilogy.
That's a good palate cleanser.
Yeah, I do Idiocracy before I leave for Japan. But okay. Let's see here. I'm gonna skip that one.
Sorry, I got a little off track.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm gonna skip that one. Let me do. Man, a lot of these I can save. Okay, so let's just do like a quick round. Let's do like a quick round real quick so we can get to clips of the week and end it within 4 hours. Because we're 3 hours in now. So I'm just going to like rapid fire like 10 minutes each for these last few stories. A slaughterhouse staff played wolf sounds to sheep and inflicted immense pain, fear, and distress.
Yeah.
So halal abattoir staff slammed sheep hard onto concrete floors and played recordings of wolves to the terrified animals as they were dying. It's a string of acts captured by hidden cameras. Workers also breached, and I can't show this on stream, by the way. This is like literally, I can't show animal abuse on stream, chat. Workers also breached animal welfare laws in ways that the academic said would have inflicted immense pain, fear, and distress. Sheep were inadequately killed, showing signs of life and suffering for up to 4 minutes. Oh my god, after the throats were cut, and when workers started dismembering them. Jeez. But like, yeah, when it comes to like slaughterhouses, there's like a lot of like rules and regulations that are actually very strictly enforced as to like how the animals are culled. This applies to like every animal pretty much. Like there's like this whole system of ethics and laws and processes and procedures and stuff like that regarding like slaughterhouse processes. The video taken at a nose-stun slaughterhouse in Arley, Warwickshire, showed 5 allegedly illegal types of activity, the analysis suggests. It began with the extreme rough handling of animals by staff as sheep were slammed into floors and walls, and workers smacked a door into their faces. A mechanical restrainer of sheep for slaughter appeared ineffective, so many sheep escaped after their throats had been cut. The report details how the abattoir workers moved, hoisted, and started to dismember sheep that were still conscious, with some animals showing signs of life more than 2 minutes after their throats were cut, and even when workers had started to cut their legs off. I didn't read this art. I don't really read these kinds of articles ahead of the stream. I just kind of glance at them.
Oh,
this is getting me. I didn't think I was going to be this mad, actually.
I will, before you keep reading, and because it's not getting better. I'm just gonna tell you, this doesn't get happier. The halal process for slaughtering animals is already something I'm not a fan of. But this actually doesn't end up being halal. They're supposed to minimize suffering.
Isn't it like a bleed out process?
Yes,
like,
it is a bleed out process. You cut the jugular, you cut the windpipe. But you're still not supposed to make the animal suffer. It is suffering because it's fucking stupid. Sorry, but this is just wanton cruelty for the sake of cruelty.
Yeah, that's what it really does feel like. Yeah, well, it doesn't seem. It is. That's what this is. The investigation carried out by animal rights filmmaker Joey Carbstrong also showed sheep jumping barriers to try to escape as they were thrown or dragged into the restrainer before being killed. Since the abattoir expanded last year, residents of Arley have been up in arms about the stench from it and the increase in large tankers driving through the village to remove blood carcasses and wastewater. Abattoir chiefs say about 1,000 lambs and sheep a week are slaughtered there. Mr. Carbstrong, he used several cameras to film over 10 days, said the incident of breaches of animal welfare laws was likely to be higher still than the report documented because Miss Mace analyzed only an hour and 46 minutes out of more than 200 hours of footage. He criticized an official from the Food Standards Agency who, he said, was filmed apparently taking no action when she witnessed a botched slaughter. The footage shows her observing an animal's throats are cut. Under welfare of animals at the time of killing regulations, workers must wait at least 20 seconds before moving the sheep. Sheep hung on shackles were recorded moving for up to 25 seconds after slaughter, and at one point an animal was seen lifting its head, but the official took no action. The report also identifies 31 problematic welfare indicators pointing to immense pain, fear, and distress for the sheep. Charges should be brought against the slaughterhouse and were staffed for numerous illegal practices. Yes. Jesus,
100%.
yes. Like, oh my God. That's the thing. Like, I am very aware of the slaughtering of animals, for the meat that I buy in the grocery store every week. I understand that. You know what I mean? It's just like, I'm very biblical when it comes to this. It's very Genesis. You know, it's like the earth, you know, we are to shepherd the earth and use its resources and animals. You know what I mean? But we're not to abuse it. That's like the whole message of Genesis. Like, we're supposed to be good shepherds of the earth. And it's like, this is wicked. This is wicked. You know, it's also very, like, even like the Native Americans had a really good sense of this as well. The Native Americans were very, very like, you know, kill the ant. You know, it was like, it's like, what is it? It's, I don't know if disgraceful is the wrong word, but it's like, it's like they feel shame if they don't like get like a kill shot, like that doesn't like just kill the animal like right away. Like they don't.
It's disrespectful.
It's disrespectful to the animal, and it's disrespectful to their religious gods or whatever. You know, and because the Indians have this practice where like they use every single part of the animal for something. You know, they thank the animal for providing for them, and they have this whole ritual about it. You know, which I actually, you know, as a Christian, I respect that, because that's also a very Christian thing. We're supposed to be good shepherds of this world.
You know, I don't personally like ritualize any part of it, but I have a great deal of respect for the animals that are sacrificed so that I might continue on. Or even, I'm an American, let's be honest. The animals that are sacrificed so that I might eat things that are delicious.
Yeah.
But I do have a good deal of respect for that, and these animals, that they're not mistreated is kind of like a duh. Don't fuck with them. And there's other reasons for that too. If you scare animals, the stress hormones they get released make the meat taste awful.
Oh, that
or
you're right.
Worse.
Yeah, you're right. They actually, they release these stress hormones that like flood the muscles and the bloodstreams and stuff like that, and they actually make the meat taste like shit. Good. I'm gonna look up the verse. See here. I know it. Where is it? I want to look at the actual. Not finding it. I know it's in there. I know it's there. But yeah, basically he charters humanity with being good shepherds of the world. Anyway, she also found that sheep were forced to witness the bleeding and hoisting of other sheep close by, as well as sheep being forcibly held down by workers before having their throats cut. Several times, workers mocked sheep that struggled to escape or that were about to be killed. At one point, wolf howling sounds were played over the sound system. Workers resorted to conventional bolt guns on sheep that did not die when their throats were cut. Maybe like... Oh, you mean like crossbows? What is it? Jesus.
Yeah.
Many Muslims also
I told you, it didn't get better.
A reversible stun. Thus, dialogue should continue with Muslim religious leaders to help further implement this. Proportion of UK slaughtered sheep that are killed was, of course, is the UK Muslims added again, as NDA said. You also have to worry about the mental health of the workers. Slaughterhouses aren't good for people either, because we aren't supposed to see much gore on a regular basis. Yeah, like, we're not meant to be like desensitized to that degree to gore and death. Like, slaughterhouses have got to be rough, man. They've got to be rough. I've known like nurses and doctors who have worked in hospitals and stuff like that, and they all have like these really, really dark, macabre senses of humor. For good reason. Because they're basically surrounded by death every day. Like, can you imagine being like a doctor that works at like the St. Jude's Children's Cancer Hospital? Like, how... I can't imagine that many doctors can last long at a place like that.
That is why suicide rates are really high amongst helping professions.
Yeah, the medical professions and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
You went over it really quick, so I'm assuming you don't. Do you know what a reversible stun is?
No, I don't.
Okay. So it knocks them unconscious, only for them to regain conscious just before it dies from bleeding out.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's still not a good, like, we're putting the creature out of the misery before we cut the neck part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's also a very kind of cruel thing.
Yeah, it's like you're just like waking them up just so that they have the knowledge that they're dying a gruesome death.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems pretty cruel to me. The fact is, a non-stun slaughterhouse was never the point of the investigation. The slaughterhouse website reads, "We take every precaution to ensure that all of our products are slaughtered strictly in adherence with the Sharia. When sourcing our lambs, we ensure that we are only working with trusted suppliers who have the same ethos surrounding animal welfare in line with our values as Muslims." Yeah, sure, okay. I was shocked and so upset. It's really, really annoying. What happened is completely unacceptable. Yeah, I mean, like, this is the thing, like, all religion aside, this is despicable. Absolutely despicable. All I can do is assist the authorities with their inquiries and make sure we do whatever they think is appropriate and take the relevant steps to make sure that this never happens again. Fair enough. So it sounds like the Muslims who weren't working at this factory are disgusted by this. So
yeah.
at least there's that. A spokesperson for the FSA said, "We are taking this issue very seriously. We have already taken immediate action to suspend several individuals from handling live animals and have increased on-site presence during all slaughter operations while we look into these allegations further. We await any further footage, and meanwhile we continue to look into these allegations. We will not hesitate to take more action as we have a zero-tolerance approach to animal welfare breaches." Right. Well, that one was worse than I thought. I thought that they were just like fucking with the animals.
No,
that's I didn't realize that this was way darker than I thought it was going to be. So I don't really have anything else to say on this other than gross. Like, these people are evil.
Yeah, fuck them.
Yeah,
I hope they suffer. I'll be honest.
They're Muslims in the UK, though. How much do you think they're actually going to suffer?
Yeah, they live in the high life.
Yeah. You want to watch the Powerpuff Girl trailer that leaked?
What a fucking tone shift. Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, come on. That's this show. This show is total whiplash all the time. Okay.
It is. Speaking of porn.
Oh, yeah. This comes off. There's parts of it. I'll say parts of it come off as a porn parody.
Yeah.
There you go. So so for context, this was leaked. This was leaked. What, like a couple days ago, I want to say?
Yeah. A couple days ago.
So this show was canceled like way back. I think it was like right as the pandemic was starting, I think.
Yeah, it never made it to air.
Yeah, it never made it to air. It's they filmed this pilot, they made a trailer for it, and all the test audiences said they were like, all said it was like so awful that they completely canceled. It was originally supposed to be a show on the CW, which is now defunct and gone. So, and then now, years and years later, someone, I guess, inside of CW, wherever, just how did this thing get leaked?
Yeah, so it sounded more like what happened is that this was a leak from a third party, someone that they would have contracted out to do some final editing, and maybe potentially make a trailer. Like, so this isn't the trailer that they would have had either. This has been put together by this third party.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So well, let's watch this abomination, because it's like, it's hilariously awful. Oh wait, chat can't get. I'm not getting the full screen here. Hang on. All right, there you go.
Once upon a time, Professor Great Utonium created a family of his own.
Powerpuff
Girl.
I can't believe that Donald Faison is a part of this. The guy from fucking you were Turk from Scrubs. You were great. and you've reduced yourself to this? Come on, man. Just stick to being Zach Braff's best buddy and just leave it at that. Oh, the copyright bots have been enforced on this. Should I not play this?
Oh, that's right.
Maybe I shouldn't play this. I have an article about it.
We should link it. So anyone else who wants to watch it you should definitely go watch it because it's funny. But yeah, no, I did just hear some people get hit by the copyright people.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not gonna put. Well,
it's not worth the risk.
Yeah, it's not worth the risk. What I can do, is what am I gonna put it? Because I found it on Reddit. Are there any other sources that you know of?
I'm trying to find it. No, because the ones I had on YouTube are gone. They got pulled.
Yeah, the ones on YouTube. Well, it's alive and well on Reddit. So let me.
Yeah.
I will post. Man, do I even want to post that in the chat?
Post it to me. I can post it in the chat if you're a little worried about it.
I can post it. I'll post it.
The short of it is that it was.
There you go.
They wanted to be a little edgier. They're kind of like along the lines of what they did with like Riverdale, or Sabrina. If any of you have, or you helmsmen, have seen the remakes or the I wouldn't even call them remakes.
Well, it's
the shows that they tried to produce from those.
It's very much like an edgy, like, this is how it really happened, kind of shit. Like, because you'll see there's a part in the trailer where they say this thing over here, the green one, was like, yeah, that cartoon they made whitewashed us. But like the whole idea is like this live action thing is like the real Powerpuff Girls, and the cartoon was an in-universe cartoon about them, and that they whitewashed them and didn't do the and turned like like Mojo Jojo, who's like a father and son, into like a weird monkey creature, and that the cartoon was bullshit, and this is the real show. This is reality. That was like the idea of it, which is retarded.
It was so bad.
It was basically like an edgy meta show, essentially.
Yeah, that's why I likened it to like Riverdale or Sabrina.
Yeah, exactly. Or even like what was that? Not Wicked. It was the show that had all the Disney princesses.
Oh, right.
You know what I'm talking about.
I don't know the name of that one offhand.
Not Charmed. Charmed was the witches.
Charmed was a different shitty show, but how I like. Never mind. We won't bring about that up.
What the heck was the name of that show? I had to look it up now. Hey, God, I have.
Oh, Enchantment.
Enchantment. Okay, yes, that. Yeah, okay.
Okay, that sounds right.
No, Once Upon a Time.
Oh, okay. There's.
Yep. It was Once Upon a Time. Yep, that's what I'm thinking of. So yeah, because the main character in that show was like Snow White, and it was like the real world, like our regular ass world, and like she would just go back and forth between the different fantasy worlds and stuff like that. I back when I used to have roommates, I had a roommate who was obsessed with the show. But anyway, in 2021, the CW ordered. Wow, that's actually more recent than I thought. I thought it was earlier than that. Anyway. The CW ordered and shot a live act. I swear to God, dude, the pandemic just like fucked up my perception of time.
The last 5 years has been the longest decade of our lives.
Yeah, it's God. So the pilot starring Chloe Bennett, Dove Cameron, Yana Perol, and Donald Faison, only for the series to be canceled and never see the light of day until now. Footage for the canceled series has been leaked onto YouTube and made into a trailer. Sources at CW confirmed to Variety that the footage is real, but a final trailer was never assembled before Powerpuff Girls was axed. Okay, so that's what you were talking about earlier, how they so this was the footage was leaked, and then somebody took that footage and made a fake trailer.
Yeah.
And the trailer has been what like really circulating. At the time of cancellation, CW may have been putting together a trailer for upfronts, but sources say the leaked footage would not have passed CW standards. Yeah, if you look on it, like the shots of them flying are so like god awful, like clearly just standing in front of a green screen. Like honestly, my VTuber model has a better green screen effect going on than those flying scenes, which is where it's just them on, which is them with them in the sky. It's so bad.
If you ever watched CW's Supergirl, it's about on par. Let's be honest.
Oh man, I never watched Supergirl. I stopped watching CW shows after Arrow season 5.
Wise choice, very wise choice.
Arrow had its ups and downs. I actually heard that it ended really well with him sacrificing himself. But I've heard that like 6 and 7 were not good seasons. But I've actually heard that like the last season, even the last season wasn't very good. But Ollie himself had like a really good ending.
Yeah, I couldn't make it through Arrow because of those downs. My poison of choice was the Flash.
I hated the Flash.
It was also awful, but
I liked the first couple seasons of Flash. I was fine with it, but I realized that like literally every single season of the Flash was like, I'm the fastest man alive, and then some bad guy would come across, be like, I'm faster, and then the Flash would be like, oh man, I gotta get faster, and then he gets faster, and then he's the fastest guy, then he's the fastest guy again, and then he wins, and that's the end of the season. That's every season of the Flash.
Like every other episode. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Flash had its issues, and they were fucking glaring. But I liked
really
the first season, and it carried me enough through that I watched it.
Yeah, I really like Arrow season 1 and 2. Arrow season 1 and 2, like
those first 2 seasons were amazing.
Season 2 was especially like that is the best version of
the Green Arrow.
Deathstroke.
Oh,
Season
Deathstroke.
2.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. The portrayal of Deathstroke in season 2 of Arrow was just perfect. It was like the best like non-comic book version of Deathstroke I've ever seen. Easily. So freaking good. Season 3 was good up until the second half, which wasn't good. Season 4 and 5 were fine, and that's when I kind of just lost interest. And I watched like I watched the first 3 seasons of The Flash, and then I checked out of that. I never watched Supergirl. There's a couple of... I actually liked Legends of Tomorrow. I thought that one was fun, actually. Because it very much...
I heard good things about it, but I never checked it out.
I enjoyed it, actually. I don't know, like the whole Arrowverse thing, I think was like... For the first several seasons was actually pretty good, I feel like. But anyway, let's get back to this abomination.
Yeah.
Let's see. The network sometimes use outside vendors to assemble trailers, so the leak could have been a rejected trailer from a third party. It may have also been a Warner Brothers TV trailer created for LA screenings or San Diego Comic-Con. Nevertheless, the leaked footage spread on social media Thursday. It introduces Bennett as Blossom, Cameron as Bubbles, who's like an alcoholic, Peralt as Buttercup, and Faison as Professor Drake Utonium, who created the trio of heroes in his laboratory. The trailer shows younger versions of the Powerpuff Girls' rise to fame and their lives as adults. Blossom was constantly stressed, Bubbles was constantly drinking and throws up in a trash can, while Buttercup was constantly rebellious. I'm not wearing that dress anymore. It's gender normative and ass ugly, Peralt says. I threw up a little bit in my mouth just saying that line. Things can change when the Powerpuff Girls accidentally kill the adult, human version of Mojo Jojo, which results in Blossom running away, Buttercup working as a firefighter, Bubbles moving to Hollywood, and Mojo's vengeful son Joseph, Jojo, Mondell Jr., becoming the mayor of Townsville. 7 years later, the Powerpuff Girls reunite to fight Jojo Jr., who's brainwashed Townsville and framed Professor Utonium. Oh god, they're all possessed. This is exactly like the gathering of the Juggalos. God.
Yeah. The lines are amazing.
Every time. You know what? Never mind. I'm not even going to say it.
Yeah.
The Powerpuff Girls save Townsville, their father, and their reputations as they are embraced by their fans once again. Yeah, the trailer that I linked, it shows the entire plot of the season. Because this was supposed to be a CW show. Now, I don't know, like, if it was supposed to be like a one-shot. I don't know how exactly it was supposed to work, but that trailer, that 3 minutes, is like the entire plot. He was, and I bet he still is, but in like an angry, kinky hate boner kind of way. Buttercup teases her, to which Bubbles adds, "That's the best kind of boner."
Uh-huh.
The live-action Powerpuff Girls picked up steam in spring 2021 when it cast its trio of stars and was ordered to pilot. It got nothing but negative publicity. I don't think I ever saw a single bit of positive publicity for this thing.
No, it got dunked on about as hard as that New Warriors comic.
Oh yeah, but the internet gas.
Yeah. Dora the Explorer and internet gas.
Oscar winner Diablo Cody and Heather Regner were writers and executive produced, along with Greg Berlanti, Sarah Sheck, whatever, who cares. The reason you do pilots is because sometimes something's miss, and this was just a miss. We believe in this completely. We believe in Diablo Cody and Heather Regner, the writers. We believe in the auspices of Greg Berlanti and Warner Brothers Studios, said CW Chairman and CEO Mark Pedowitz at the time. His name is Pedowitz. That's alarming.
Yeah.
In this case, the pilot didn't work, but because we see there's enough elements in there, we wanted to give it another shot. So that's why we didn't want to go forward with what we had. Totally, it might have felt a little too campy. No, it wasn't the fact that it's campy. The show is campy. We would expect it to be campy. Okay. That's not the issue. It didn't feel as rooted in reality as it might have felt. It shouldn't be. It's not supposed to be rooted in reality. What are you doing? But again, you learn things when you test things out. And so in this case, we felt, let's take a step back and go back to the drawing board. So yeah, it's just, it's another one of those bits of like, pop culture failures that just makes you go, what in the hell were they thinking? There's a difference between campy and retarded. Yeah, 100% Tailfin. Like, basically Velma. I mean... Actually,
yeah.
Honestly, yeah, Velma. I can't, dude. That game, that show was so bad that it got hate watched into a second season. So that's what happened. Everybody was like, that show got ordered 2 seasons out of the gate. So no matter how bad the first season was, it was getting a second season no matter what, because they ordered 2 seasons for the beginning. So
yeah, someone there really liked to huff Mindy Kaling's farts, and
yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah, Mindy Kaling. I don't know if she's still like a big thing in Hollywood. I haven't heard anything from her in a while.
I think Velma sank her.
Did it really? Because I know that she was because like Hollywood was like obsessed with her, like leading up to Velma. Like she was like everywhere. I remember, and then she did Velma
for a while. It was like, she's a funny brown woman.
2 seasons in a Christmas special. But yeah, like I haven't heard anything from her since that show, and I think the executives, realized that they made a mistake banking on her. But yeah, okay. That's Powerpuff Girls. What a shit show. Haha. Let's move on. Let's see here. I still have 4 more stories, and it is 9:36. Okay. Let's do... I'm going to give you 4 words, and I want you to pick the word.
Okay.
Daughter, gladiator, Mexico, bomb.
Oh, let's do Gladiator. I know what Mexico is, and we've already hit a dark story.
Okay, Gladiator. 30 officers accused of facilitating gladiator fights among minors at LA area juvenile hall.
I love this.
This was a last minute submission that literally got submitted like just a few minutes before we went live. And I'm so glad that you did. So California Attorney General Rob Bonta's office said that there were at least 69 fights in the second half of 2023 involving 143 children and teens aged 12 to 18. Can you imagine raging gladiator fights for 12-year-olds?
Yes. I know this they're promoting this as this awful thing. I'm all for this.
Honestly,
I think this was the right choice.
No, my thing is like I actually unironically agree with you.
Yeah.
Like these are troubled kids at juvie hall, right? And they're pretty much all going to be guys, boys essentially. Teaching boys the discipline of fighting and engaging in martial combat is extremely good for their health.
You're giving them an outlet for their energy. You're giving them. It's not just these how do I put it, like rivalries being built up in prison. You're doing it in this disciplined way so that they can have camaraderie. This is perfect.
Yeah, as long as it's done like, and I have a feeling that
if it's done right, yeah.
If it wasn't done right, but
unfortunately,
done right, this is actually a very good idea.
Yeah,
this is good. This is a good thing actually. Okay, so California's Attorney General on Monday announced the unsealing of an indictment charging 30 detention officers assigned to a Los Angeles area juvenile hall with child abuse, alleging they allowed and sometimes encouraged so-called gladiator fights among youths. At the heart of the grand jury indictment is the allegation that officers stood by as children and teenagers at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall engaged in the fights, the Attorney General's office said in a statement. The detention center is in Downey, about 13 miles south of downtown Los Angeles. Attorney General Rob Bonta's office said that there were at least 69 fights in the second half of 2023, including 143 children and teens aged 12 to 18. Some fights, Bonta's office said, resulted in physical injury. Again, I don't know.
You got to tread carefully with this. Because of what it was. But
I mean, like,
I know.
Like my martial arts school that I go to, they teach kids as young as like 8. And they have them spar, and yeah, they wear protective gear and that kind of stuff, but they have them hit each other. You know what I mean? Like, again, in a properly controlled environment, this isn't a bad thing. I just don't think this is a properly controlled environment.
No, honestly not. But
officers, Bonta said in the statement, were alleged to have overseen gladiator fights, but they should have intervened. The defendants took advantage of the victim's vulnerability and their own position of trust. Let today's charges be a warning for all those who abuse their power, Bonta said. The California Department of Justice is watching, and we will hold you accountable. The fights came to the attention of the Attorney General and state investigators after video of one of the altercations was, quote-unquote, leaked in January of 2024. That's over a year ago. Speaking to news media by video, he described the violence. The footage, which was later circulated widely by the media and on social media, shows one youth in the detention center being attacked by a series of other youth who come at him one by one as detention officers stand by watching. The officers look more like referees or audience members at a prize fight, not adults charged with the care and supervision of young people. Yeah, see, that's what it sounds like. What happened is that they just let these fights, because fights happen in juvie hall. I mean,
that's no good.
It's kids' prison. Fights happen, so they obviously weren't like organizing these fights. They were just like allowing them to happen, which is not the right way to do this, obviously.
No.
Stacey Ford, president of LA County Deputy Probation Officers Union, alphabet suit local 8685, which represents the 30 officers in labor negotiations, said in a statement that the organization, quote, "will do everything in our power to support the officers. Every American is innocent until proven guilty. Our members are entitled to the same presumption of innocence and deserve to be treated with fairness and due process, just as they provide to those who are in their custody." I mean, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. He said juvenile detention officers are tasked with keeping peace and order among children and teens often accused of violent crimes. Despite these challenges, our professional peace officers remain committed to maintaining the highest level of professionalism. We will continue to advocate for the safety, rights, and integrity of our members. Each of the 30 officers is charged with felony child abuse under a California law aimed at those who enable child endangerment, with those convicted of the charge facing 2 to 6 years in state prison. That'd be ironic. One of the 30 faces an additional count of misdemeanor battery, accused of using force and violence against an unnamed subject. According to the document, 3 of the defendants were charged with conspiracy to commit a crime, according to the indictment. It alleges 2 of them allowed some of the fights, knew beforehand when and where they would happen, and told new detention officers to watch but not report the bouts. Prosecutor, it sounds like they were betting on them.
Yeah, conspiracy is really easy to get people on, though.
Yeah,
or
it's
at least bring charges up.
Yeah. Prosecutors allege that the 3rd joined the 2 others in allowing some of the fights, one of which resulted in a broken nose for an unnamed victim. One of the 3 told new officers that 9 fights on December 22nd in a unit of the juvenile facility were an example of how the detention employees controlled the children in their care. 22 of the defendants were arraigned on Monday. The rest will be arraigned on April 18th. All have been placed on unpaid leave. China's probation department said in a statement. In April 2024, probation chief Guillermo Villaraigosa said officers involved in the alleged abuse captured on video had been removed from duty as he sought investigation from an outside agent. Will not tolerate misconduct like that depicted in the video. So, yeah. Child gladiator fights in a juvenile hall. What a time to be alive.
Truly.
A plot of every Jean-Claude Van Damme movie. It's true. There's a lot of Van Damme movies that take place in prison. Actually, there's a lot of Steven Seagal movies that take place in prison too. Actually, so
they really are.
But like obviously they were just like allowing these, these kids to just wail on each other. Like, but if they had like, here's the thing: if you take that and you like actually start training them, and you teach them discipline, and you actually start organizing controlled, sanctioned, safe fights, you know what I mean? That'd be a really good thing for the kids.
I think so too. I think, especially with young men, giving them a way to vent their energy and frustration, really,
men specifically,
in a healthy, constructive way. I mean, that's genius.
They said, however, they 12 to 18. Yeah, that's like the perfect age to start basically teaching young men how to discipline themselves and how to control anger and how to properly channel and control physical altercation. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like these are all male exclusive lessons that way too many young men are not properly cultivated. They're treated, especially in the school systems. Young men are basically treated as defective women.
Yes,
or defective
100%.
girls, and that's a huge problem. Huge problem. Boys aren't being cultivated to be good, healthy men. It's a real big problem in our school systems.
But they want to go through the whole everyone's the same, blah blah blah. Yeah, it's not little boys and little girls tend to be very different.
Yeah. I mean, this is why there are traditional male only and female only schools.
Yeah.
Male and female bodies develop at different rates and times. They tend to learn differently, and stuff like that. And that's why like gender segregated schools are actually highly effective.
The institution of the tabula rasa style mentality for schooling is going to be one of the most damaging things that we've ever experienced.
Tabula rasa is basically the underlying philosophy of the Gnostic cult of wokeism. I despise it with a burning passion. I despise tabula rasa so much. But it makes a lot of sense. Like if you're a Gnostic, that means that you are your own god, and if you're your own god, then you have to have control over everything. And if you have to have control over everything, that means you have to have all control over nature. And that means that nothing that nature produces can't be changed, essentially. I despise tabula rasa thinking. I hate it so much. But that's for a whole philosophical discussion that we don't have time for because
No, not at all.
we need to get into clips of the week. So let's start with your clips as we wrap up here in these last 10 minutes of the show. Let me scroll up a bit. Which one do you want to start with?
Yeah, honestly, the order that they're in kind of works.
Okay. So let's start here.
Now, here's hoping that they all work.
And once
Let's see why they wouldn't.
Oh, because I clipped them. So.
Oh, okay. So as you know, chat, Bear is a beloved mod here in the collective. You don't mod for everybody in the collective, but you do mod for Rosa and a few, and you also mod for these two.
Yes.
Are
Crow and Roki and Kuromi are wonderful frog twins that are a couple weeks apart. But they are just adorable, wonderful people. And if you don't watch them, you should. And the clips are a good reason to. They're kind of funny.
And here's an example.
Step closer to turning Scottish.
Oh wait, hang on.
Yeah, that is really cropped.
Chat. Like really, really badly cropped. There you go. There's the whole thing. All right, let's go. We start over from the beginning.
And one step closer to turning Scottish. You all set? Come on, let's go.
My dream! It's my dream, brother! Okay! Wait a second, big brother!
And one step closer to turning Scottish.
I love
They proceeded to go through the rest of the game with these accents.
I love this kind of humor. I do the exact same shit on my Yakuza streams.
It's a pretty short one, but yeah, they're.
And then there is another one.
What is it? Such a cute little bottle.
I pasted it, big brother! Well, you see, it's my secret charm. It's full of scented beads. Guess what the scent is?
Oh, there are a lot of them in there.
Oh, yeah. Give it a sniff, big brother! Give it a good whiff. You won't regret it.
What?
And so a lot of their streams, they just end up kind of getting each other to laugh like that. And it's a good time.
Then we
definitely suggest showing up.
We have this one from a fellow collective member, Akane.
This is Akane, our resident stink fox.
Yeah.
I sometimes I make Akane say weird things. She's not always good at reading. That is this.
Okay.
Sometimes the game does it for me.
Well, this is Andy and Lele, so
yes.
Yeah.
Haruklian? What the fuck word is that? I've never seen that in my life.
Haruklian?
Yep.
Haruklian? You know, walking Haruka Caribou?
Herculean. Herculean. Like Hercules? Herculean. I'm not. I'm taking on the Herculean task of putting... I will read this line. I will do it. I will read this. I am not. I'm taking on the... I am not. I'm taking on the... I could do it, chat. I could do it. I am not. I'm taking on the Herculean... Fuck me. Herculean! I am not. I'm taking on the Herculean task of operating the TV myself.
She still does the wrong emphasis.
Yep.
That's funny.
Unfortunately, health stuff and moving and all sorts of different things have kind of stopped her kind of from getting a lot of streams in recently. But she's got some bottoms on the channel. She did this whole Andy and Lele game with her husband, not this stream, but with Jen. It's hilarious, absolutely hilarious. Totally worth checking out as a VOD, even if you've seen the game played before.
Yeah, totally. I you know, when she eventually does finally come back, which so I think she has a stream planned soon, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But I do definitely try to hop into her chat occasionally because it's funny. Sisyphean.
And actually, she just released a cover where her and her all sing a song. So.
Oh yeah, because she plays like 3 different characters, right?
I kind of got it into her head where she needs to be. She's gotten 3 characters that are all part of the same corporation.
She committed to the
schizo group. Yeah, but she plays a lot of people. But yeah, she's got a song out, so she's got a couple covers.
Yeah,
she's down to make sure to check her out.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. What is my clip of the week? I'm only gonna do one. Which one do I want to do? First, I need to get the damn window up. There it is. Okay. There we go. Okay, let me look around here. This one. I love shit like this. This is like super normie stuff. I don't know why, but I get a kick out of this kind of stuff. I'm gonna do a couple clips actually. So here's fun. There it is. So this is such like normie boomer humor, but I fucking love it. Totally works.
All that effort.
It's one of those wonderful like best laid plans of mice and men kind of moments, you know. It's one of those things where like a bad thing happens and all you can do is laugh. You know what I mean? It's one of those kinds of moments. I love it. I showed that one already. I showed those. What's this one? We do one more.
Bryce?
No, I showed that one. Where is the one? I know which one. I know which one I'm looking for. I just gotta actually find it. No, that's a funny one, but that's not the one I'm looking for. No, that's not the one. I think these are labeled.
I use the same sorting method. Don't label anything. Throw it in one big pile.
Yeah, that's kind of what I do. I find something, I guess, bookmark it into a folder just called Clips of the Week. And then I have to, like, sift through it when it's actually time to actually pull it out. Well, I can't find the one that I was actually looking for. So this one. This is the one I'll do it. I get a lot of my clips from this particular Twitter account called FCK Around and Find Out.
Okay.
Fantastic.
I'm familiar with this one.
Fantastic follow on Twitter. But this is like a I don't know what. There's no sound.
Oh.
Damn. I like this clip because it really does kind of psych you out because you think that the bad thing's going to happen to the girl. And then this other guy comes out of nowhere, and that's the one who the bad thing happens to. Like, she holds it down for him to just get plugged the fuck out. But you see what she does, though. Because she pulls on it, which creates, like, a ton of tension in the line. And then waits for the guy to hit it with the neck, and then all that tension buildup gets released, and it just flings him into the air and backward. It's just a perfect comedy of errors.
It is. He gets up right away though. He's not too hurt, at least.
Oh no, it just
But
looks
damn.
it looks worse than it is. Because he lands kind of like on the meat of his side.
Yeah.
He doesn't like land on his knee or his head or anything. He just kind of boop, lands on his back. It's like, yeah, that's gonna hurt, but he'll be all right.
It's just how fast he gets vertical like that. It's like,
All right. My question, like, why the hell did she do that? Was she like trying to grab this thing off the line? Is that what she was like?
I think that is what that is. I think that they're going for that flag.
Yeah,
if I
because
had to guess.
it's like a chicken or a flag. Yeah, it's a flag. So they put these flags along the line and they have to grab them as they pass under it. So yeah, because she's still going for the flag. Yeah. So.
Oh wait, did he get it?
He got it. He totally got it.
Oh fuck yeah!
So in the
that's
win,
not huge.
in the win, in the end, he won.
Yeah.
Like,
I think you're right. I think it is a rubber chicken.
So, all right. Well, that's my silly, dumb clips of the week. With that, that's the end of the show. So,
right.
I guess you're not a streamer, so
no.
Asking you what your plans are next week isn't really a thing.
I'm gonna continue to exist. I'll be back here, watching. I think.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
that's how it works.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure how it works. Yeah, next week I will either have a different co-host or I will be solo.
If no one else does, hit me up and I can do it again if you don't find anyone.
How late do you need to know? Bye.
Friday.
Okay. Yeah, I'll let you know.
Okay.
But yeah, so I have my regular suite of games that I've been playing through. Subnautica, Red Dead Redemption, and Yakuza, Hard in Hawaii. But besides that, next week I am filling in for Rosa on Rosa's channel for 2 of the days. So I will be doing a pair of special streams on Rosa's channel. One will be Friday night, after the Red Dead Redemption stream. So I will basically play Red Dead Redemption for a few hours. I'll take a half an hour or so, and then I will hop onto Rosa's channel and I will stream. I have no idea what. I will figure it out. Probably going to be Yakuza, but I'm not sure. And then I'm doing the same thing on Sunday. I will be streaming on Sunday as well next week. So not tomorrow, but a week from tomorrow. And because she gets back, she and Pay get back on Sunday. They're actually probably gonna get back while I'm live on her channel. So look forward to that. So that'll be a fun little experiment. It's actually kind of amazing how like Rosa has like gotten to the point where there's people in her life she can trust enough with like a temporary password to her YouTube account.
Yeah,
which is
there's a lot of risk involved, but it's like I was saying. I think the collective is I don't know. She feels comfortable with it. I think that's the point.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, so look forward to that, and we'll be back here with Welcome to the Foxhole on Saturday. And what do you think? I have next Saturday, and then I have 1 or 2 more. How many do I have? I have next Saturday is the 15th. I have 2 more. So I have 2 more after that. So the 29th. The 29th is the last episode before I go on my big long vacation to Japan. So Yeah, that's all I got. All right. Well, thanks for hanging out with us, chat. Oh, what? You got something?
Well, I don't do things. Like I said, I'm on for a bunch of people. Tomorrow, the Frog Twins are having a stream. If you guys want to check it out on their channel, they will be entering into the forest, which means they're going to be screaming a lot, and that's always a good time.
It's like a co-op horror game.
It is a co-op horror sort of base building game.
Survival crafting kind of thing.
Yep, survival crafting.
Okay, cool. I will be working all day tomorrow, both on streaming stuff and IRL stuff. So, but yeah, thanks for hanging out, chat. Always a pleasure to see you all here for the show, and we'll see you all on the next one. Thanks for hanging out. Take care.
Thank you all.